even goes through. I'm not sure if it will or won't or what's going to happen here, but let us see. It's oh, we got a connection. I think we got a connection here. So yeah, welcome.
I'll see if I see it.
Let's see if I can't turn on some Dragon Quest stuff in the background music, just very lightly. There we go. Beautiful. Welcome back to the pack, guys, and welcome to the Arena Watch podcast. Oh, looks like Celery threw up his picture here. Now I'm getting covered by, I had the Papa Celery, so I had Pancraz with a celery stick in his hand that I edited together. But now it's shuffled things around here, so now it's covering my face instead of yours. I'll put it next to you. But you know, we do want to cover Trop's face with the celery because with the cabbage because I feel like we don't want to see that face right now. But this is an accurate representation of Trop here. Right here is just I would have made it a fermented cabbage, but this is as close as it gets. This is explicitly Romanian here, you know. Oh, now we're having stuff shifting around here, but you know. All right. Every time you guys throw on the camera, throw it off, it's shifting us. This is hard to manage. Okay, I'll just move this off to the side.
All right, I'll leave the camera up. I was gonna try and load the thing, so I'm gonna rely on you, Pack, to read the chat.
Oh, God. Okay.
Because I can't have my camera up and be looking at YouTube.
Yeah, that's understandable. I did throw up the thumbnail somewhere that should be on our chat together, which means I could take that and then just upload it via the browser here. Let's throw that up Studio. Because, I mean, if I throw up the link here, let's see. Nope. Okay.
Let me try something actually. I might be able to bring up the... Well, no, it's... Nah, I don't think it's going to work. I'll just keep this up.
Now they're not seeing anything on stream.
You're not seeing anything? There we go. I just got to keep the Discord window open, otherwise it won't work, I believe.
Okay, because I think it's 3 blank screens now. Okay, now it's back. Yeah.
Okay, Studio, YouTube. Now I can add the thumbnail. Just take a second here. But yeah, we could throw up the links as well. I think it's using my Dragon Quest XI thumbnail, which is interesting.
Not the one we worked so hard on, man. Come on.
I worked. I guess. I mean, it was between me and the AI, right?
Yeah, you and the AI.
Yeah, between me and the AI.
But I prompted the AI, so it was like teamwork, you know?
Maybe. What's this issue? Okay, we could throw it up on the Reddit, on the Discord, if you guys have those open. That would save us all time, I believe.
Yeah, let's see if we have like more interest.
Yeah. File is bigger than 2 megabytes. Ah, no.
Yeah, one sec, I'll be right back.
Oh, always hated this. Why can't it, like, downsize the thumbnails? This is, like, a complaint about YouTube in general. Why can't it downsize the thumbnails itself? Like, just in-app, it would be so easy for it to do it, and it doesn't. Google.com, let's say, what do I write? Compacting an image. No, not resizing, like getting rid of the data bytes or whatever. Then
try compress.
Compress. That's the word I was looking for. Compressing image. Online image compressor. There we go. I I will never understand this, to be honest. Okay, so we're at 4 megabytes and we need to get down to 2. That's not that bad.
Share. Copy the link.
Compress. 70%. Apply.
Okay.
Okay, I applied it. Oh, do I just download? Okay, download all. Sweet. Why is it zipped? Really? Okay.
You kitty. You kitty cat. You kitty cat.
If I go back. Image compressor. Extract all. Browse, we'll put it on desktop. Select folder. Okay, it should work. It should work now, I believe. Okay. And there we go. You might want to reshare it so it has the updated, or just even edit the comment, delete a letter, then add the letter back in, so then it updates the thumbnail image or something.
Okay.
And then throw it. Is it on the Reddit?
I just posted it to the Reddit.
Oh.
Like literally just now.
Okay, so we got it on the Reddit. We have
It has the updated thumbnail on the Reddit.
copy link. For whatever reason, it doesn't have it for the other stuff here. I guess it has to finish for it to do that. I'll just throw up the real thumbnail myself. There we go. People will realize.
There you go. I just deleted the message and resent it, and it updates the thumbnail.
Sweet. Okay. Do not know why my version of the link doesn't have it. I guess when you throw up the new thumbnail, then the thing changes.
When I did it in our guild chat, it didn't update the thumbnail, but the one in the Discord and in the Reddit both showed the correct one.
Oh, there it is. Okay. Well, anyways, I definitely should put the cabbage back for Trop here. But yeah, we were discussing work, I guess, and other things. There's Trop. Trop's back. Cabbage in the middle. Anyways, guys, so what were we discussing? What have we all been up to? Oh, that's what the delay was all about. Trop was out in the cold trying to help someone with car troubles, and now he has to warm up.
Yeah. It's pretty cold up here even today.
You gotta convince Trop to leave Canada, but he won't do it.
This is you.
Oh, for me? Thank you.
But yeah, so we're back, guys. We are actually live. Anyway, nice to be back and having kids not as screaming as before. Surprisingly.
They're older, which usually results in less screaming, but occasionally more.
Occasionally. Okay. Let me see if I can't get the volume for YouTube just right.
I think Pack needs to remember that you can't mess with the Discord app or whatever. It's gonna close all of our
Well, I just gotta
cams.
keep the Discord app open, but I can mess with the Discord app. That's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, so all I have to do is just keep it open, and then it's good. Anyways, so here we are, and current state of the game. How are we all doing personally before we move on to other things here?
I think
I'm doing well.
doing well. Kind of
I think
transitioned to JP. And now we're gonna try to get that Arena Watch spirit into JP.
The Arena Watch. Are you guys gonna continue the podcast over in JP, or is this it?
I think this might be it.
And we do have a chat from Gwen. Looks like you actually used Pancrez. I did. I gave him a celery stick.
I mean, if the demand is high enough, the three of us could do the JP podcast. But I don't know.
Well,
this is definitely the final one for like global.
I mean, I could, in theory, do the podcast, because literally for the podcast, all I ever did was ask the questions, and then Celery answered them, and Trop just listened. So I don't need to know a whole lot about JP units to ask questions. I'm familiar with the base game as it currently is in global. I think that's enough to ask questions about relevant units coming out, just knowing the minimal stuff. But it's possible. It definitely is possible with our format. But yeah, if you guys want, the name is up for grabs. If I could be like a guest, occasionally popping on from time to time. I'm not sure if you guys want to use your own channels for that or whatever, or if I'm more of a regular, if you guys want to stick to using mine. But you guys are welcome to the name. You guys are welcome to pretty much everything in that regard. I don't mind.
Lily, the water. I need to get the water. No, that's too big. I need to take
So,
I'm tired,
I am happy to see that the namesake Arena Watch is carried on into JP. And I feel like that name just has a nice ring to it. Japanese people love the sound of some English words, and that one in particular kind of already fits. A lot of watch, any sort of watch kind of has a nice ring to it in Japanese. I think there was a anime or something, some sort of Pokemon clone thing that also had something watch in it. I can't remember the name of.
Yokai Watch.
Huh? Yokai Watch.
Yokai Watch.
Yeah. The main thing to know about JP is that the units are so crazy that I'm not the only one who loves the new free A rank. Oh, nice. Okay. So I know that, as with any gacha game, the description of perks and abilities gets longer and longer and longer and longer. So it's not just that the stats are seeing power creep, it's the hacks abilities of these units seeing power creep, and abilities being designed to counter abilities that were just released, literally, and going on and on and on and on and on. So there's plenty of stuff to talk about there in JP, and Japanese also love our food words. So they probably like celery a whole lot. Yeah. That does. Yeah, we could give him Super Saiyan hair and make him a Saiyan. I think celery would fit in. Celery and cabbage, unless if cabbage is already taken. I think it might be. In the DBZ lore, it might be. You'll have to rename yourself to Tropical Cabbage. That doesn't make any sense, though. I mean, okay. Tropical cabbage. I've never heard of a tropical cabbage, but okay. Cold weather cabbage, yeah. Tropical, no. Let me see. What else do we have?
He's a cabbage dreaming of the tropics.
Kaba. Yeah, exactly. There you go. Kaba is that's in Dragon Ball Super, I believe. Anyway, all right. So, current state of global. We had quite the shock on, what was it, Christmas Day after Christmas. We already kind of knew Christmas because passports were canceled, and a company is never going to shoot themselves in the foot and just cut off their supply of money unless if they have to. Right? So everyone kind of already knew it was Christmas. It wasn't, Thanksgiving, but it was still Christmas. which kind of leaves global to closing, you know, roughly around when it began. Started like, what was it, January 28th, 27th? Now it's closing
27th, I think.
27th, and now it's
February.
closing a whole month after that, a month and a couple of days. February 29th, I believe. Yeah. So, 3-year and 1 month run. Not bad for gacha. Not bad for gacha. Unless if you're like Fire Emblem in, you know, in global. You're not going to be doing well. Fire Emblem or one of the other ones.
Was it like Arc Knights and Fate Go? Those are like the three big ones that I know of.
Fate's been
Raid
going
Shadow
for how
Legends?
long? Yeah, but okay, Raid.
I think Fate's been going around the same as Fire Emblem. I think they started around the same time. So and Fire Emblem just hit their 7th anniversary. I think I saw an ad for that.
But yeah, I think today we're going to try to cover a lot of stuff, like from JP, from Global. So it was like our thoughts on gacha, you know, having, like, kind of from the beginning too, kind of chronologically, what we thought of this gacha, you know, coming from our experience and stuff like that. It'll be fun talking about a whole bunch of different things. I think this one's going to be longer, because we do think it's likely going to be the last one, because these are like pain in the asses to kind of do. So I did kind of take a little bit advantage of the fact that Pac accidentally muted himself to make this announcement. But yeah, a lot to talk about. So
When did my audio get cut? By the way, how much of the conversation was lost? I must have pulled this cable.
A little before I started talking, I'm like, well, shit, Pac's muted anyway. Here's my chance.
What was the last thing I said that you guys remember context-wise?
My memory is not super.
Neither of us ever listened to you, so
Yes.
I assume Trop doesn't, but I know Celery answers the questions I ask as long as, you know.
I didn't hear a question, so
I was muted. I was muted.
I know you were talking about the names and you know, doing future podcasts on the JP side.
Right. So we could start off with how things closed here in Global. We got the surprise with was it the December announcement?
Yeah, you talked about the Christmas stuff. Mm-hmm. Yep. And then you talked about the 1 month and a couple days after, and that might have been the last thing you said.
Okay. I think I know where we're at then. You know, we could start with how things closed off so abruptly, move into how we our thoughts on Global, and then end with JP because you know, that's obviously the future of what's going on with Arena Watch. But yeah, I mean, the announcement was a big shocker for everybody, and you know, everyone seemed to be reeling from the announcement. Everybody got a little bit of, you know, backlash here and there. People were going at each other for a while. Went after Malcolm, which, you know, his job is what his job is, and the community is so small. We did talk about Fire Emblem, so we did get a bit into the conversation. So I know we stopped at least there. But yeah, Global, even Fire Emblem is bigger than Global JP DQT. So yeah, and Raid is an original. Some of those other gacha games are all originals, but this is based off of an actual franchise, and they only last so long. There's only so many characters that you could really, unless if you're Fire Emblem, where there's just every game has so many units, and then you could do so many holiday editions of all those various units, and young versions, older versions, and this and that. But for a game like DQT, as big as the games are, Dragon Quest, they don't have as big of a cast as Fire Emblem, because I know that a lot of the characters in Dragon Quest are reoccurring throughout the games, whereas like Fire Emblem will typically have a whole new cast for each game, unless if it's like a sequel or something, or prequel or what have you. So there's only, I mean, when we played this game, we knew that it was on some sort of finite schedule. We didn't know it would be 3 years, but 3 years isn't bad for what it was. It could have been worse, and some people, through speculation that it could have been people were quitting, GVG, but they were still spending on RTA, so it didn't make sense that would be like the nail in the coffin. But it could have affected a little bit, like if they didn't grab one GVG unit per each person. I guess it's like what, 800, maybe $2,000 per person. I don't know, possibly. But something like that maybe could. But I was gone for that time, so no one knew what I was up to. So couldn't have been me. No kidding. But the whole thing is perception, right? Like the game failing the way that it did was people perceived that Arena wasn't fair, and from or GVG had some issues, and I'd brought those issues to Malcolm way back when, and I mean, we know how long it takes for something to work its way through JP before it gets to us. And I've had so many of my requests fulfilled because I kind of tried to figure out what is, and this is something people would want to do moving forward with other game companies. What is the devs, aiming Square? What's their angle here? What are they after that they can't tell us? And I try to figure out what that thing is. And then I say, I know you're after this, and you can't say you're after it, but what if we do this to fulfill what you want, but still get what we want? And that's how I was able to get them to do certain things, like I put in the request for them to, turn off awakening perks and stuff like that on and off by will. It took a while, but it happened, and a few other things like that as well. But that was going through JP, and something like Global, where we have the issue, GVG issues, where people are just autoing constantly, and it's a problem. Whereas in JP, it's still, I would assume it's still technically could be considered a problem. It's just you wouldn't run into the same people so frequently that you would notice it. Unless if, I don't know. Maybe you're at the top levels and they kind of need to, like on their breaks.
Do you mean GVG autoing, or do you mean RTA?
RTA autoing. But yeah. And that was an issue. And the greatest fix for that would have been, the idea that some people have for like a progressive tax system, right? Like the more money you earn, the money past this point gets taxed more, and everything below it doesn't. So they could have done some sort of system like that where, yeah, sure, you're in Legend by the time you're at 10,000 points, or in JP it's like 16,000. But, well, what if you reach 30,000 points? Maybe each loss should make you lose 150 points, and you only gain 50 points per win, So that way you go for quality of matches and win rate rather than quantity. And that was the problem, you could just, even if you didn't win every match, as long as you just had such a high amount of matches done, you could just auto. And that was an issue. And I think it wouldn't have harmed JP at all if they implemented this rule change to essentially, again, like a progressive kind of point deduction system. Kind of like what they already had, but more robust, right? Where it doesn't just stop at Legend, where the higher, like you're at 100k points, okay, now you're only earning like 40 points per match, and you're losing like 160 or something stupid, right? But eventually, people would have reached like this, like not a titration point, like a diminishing returns, right? Like where they would break even and they'd stop earning points, but they could still get, tokens. If they wanted to auto, they could still get tokens, so that way they would buy out the whole shop. It would make no difference there, but they couldn't, score higher on the leaderboard per se. That would have been in my opinion, the best solution, but they didn't do something like that.
Yeah, I don't know if like if we really had global devs. That's what I'm not sure about. Like the
It was weird. They removed Lawson.
Anytime we had an issue, they like, or not necessarily an issue, but we had a proposed change. It always had to go through JP first. Like they weren't big. They weren't ever going to make any changes that they didn't make to JP first. Other than I think the one exception to that was
50 push.
We had like that wasn't really a change though. We got an extra one at one point, but it was. But the Orgodemir human form.
Mhm.
They changed that so that it matched the English translation, and then later on they changed it in JP so that it matched the global version. But other than that, like the awakening stuff, all the quality of life changes that came to the game went through JP and then got copy pasted in code into global. And so when we had global specific issues like, hey, there's only 7 20-man guilds in global or whatever it was at the end. Like, it went from us facing Starfall every month to us facing like this same 6 guilds or the same 7 guilds every month.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And they could have done a elo system where we would get more points for facing a harder guild, but they decided not to. They could have done various things. People brought up like being able to switch out defense teams or something midway through, which might have its own issues. I did propose that if someone wasn't participating for like more than 24 hours or possibly 48 hours, however you want, that the guild leader, in our case Trop, could have just like kicked them out and removed their team, because it's like almost like sabotaging a whole guild, just having that person be there. So I know what they wanted to do
was that these issues weren't applicable in JP, and so getting the JP devs to make these changes that were basically only for global, maybe that would have upset the JP customer base, because you're changing stuff, getting, especially think about the competitive guilds on JP side.
Mm-hmm.
You make these changes that now they have to adjust their adjust for these changes. Like, okay, this is now a better way of doing things. And, it may have caused more ripples than the JP side wanted to cause to fix an issue that really, you're talking about less than 10% population on global side compared to JP.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like a tiny amount of people would like this solved. Yes, they have good reason for it, but it could cost us more money by upsetting our the 90% than it gains us by keeping that 10% happy.
I think
because I don't think they would have made the change only apply to global. I think if we were to get that change, it would have gone through JP just like most of our other changes did.
I think the game starts dying based on perception. And I think the fact that they put in effort to remove things from global, but never to add things, almost never to add things, right? But they remove, big things like I think, Lawson's obviously the big one that people bring up. Like, you went out of it was in the almanac, it was in everything, but you removed the unit. Didn't need to. You could have called it something else. Lawson's exist outside of Japan. There's a plenty of things that they could have done with it, but they didn't. And you could say that was probably the point that global was starting to die at a, obviously every gacha game's on a limited timetable, but at an accelerated rate. And even before that, the only thing before Lawson that I could think of that they, specifically try to cut from global was the guild chat. Like literally their other games had guild chats. There are other Square Enix games you could talk in the guild, and those games are accessible in China too and other places. Obviously, not officially. This is, supported with Taiwanese, English, and I think French was a language for a bit, but they might have cut it. Was it Spanish? Something, but
Yeah, French got cut. I remember that.
French got cut. Yeah. We should have. That's the one thing we should have realized from learning from the devs is we should have cut the French too. I mean, just see how it went. Like, we could have learned a thing or two. They just had the foresight that we never did. No, kidding. I should have always, I should have just put in Vigal on our team. We should have just brought in Vigal rather than Seb's brother. Literally, that was that kind of point. I was like, I told Vigal, I'm like, I'm sorry, we already promised this to Seb's brother, and because he was on priority, But that could have saved us a lot of heartache.
A lot of heartache.
Just because we were trying to be nice.
Man, those were some rough ones. I'm sure we can have a segment on our different outside of game struggles that we went through over in our quest to become the top guild in global.
Right. So I mean, I started off. I did a few YouTube videos. I was in the community. I can't remember the timeline exactly how that went down, how I, decided to hop on and join, the Discords or the Reddits and this and that. But, I saw a few videos here and there, and I released a few myself, and initially was without like a camera or anything. And then I kind of started doing video, like a little cam here and there. I saw a Trop stream, and then I was like, oh, maybe I could start streaming. I saw his arena performance. I'm like, how are you doing this? How is it that every week you're getting gold and I can't? Well, I get it occasionally or whatever, but I can't break past like the top 20. Like, I'm in the top 20, but I can't get in the top 10. For a while I couldn't get in the top 10. I eventually did break that on was it the Beast Arena week? The very first one, I believe. But before that, I couldn't. And I started watching Trop. And then I believe Celery started watching me stream after that. I don't know if we chatted on the Discord before you were a viewer, or if you were a viewer and then we talked on the Discord, or if there was a mutual friend somewhere in between. But I know Celery watched me.
Yeah, I know I learned from you, and I don't remember what prompted it, if you had posted a link on the Discord or the Reddit. But I assume that's probably what it was, because I remember starting, I wasn't on anything, and then I think I maybe was looking at the Reddit, and I remember I didn't re-roll because I'd never done a gacha before. Really, I'd done Marvel Contest of Champions, but I didn't even know it was a gacha. I didn't know the term gacha or anything.
I didn't either. You did Fire Emblem, so that counts too, right? Fire Emblem Heroes?
I did Fire Emblem very briefly.
I did it for a year.
Briefly.
I didn't even realize it was a year. I had to go back and check, and it was apparently a year of my life, and I can't even remember.
Yeah. So, but I played, but I read some sort of post about re-rolling. Didn't really understand it. I did the general pull on my first, the 3K gems it gives you, and I got a Hell Gladiator. I was like, oh, that seems all right. Okay. And so that was my start.
We could actually pull open our accounts and see what our starting units were by going, ascending order and just seeing what we got. Me and Trop actually compared the units we started out with, and then we realized that he actually got really lucky. I mean, he's still skilled. Let's not get it wrong, because other people were just getting all the units he got and then some, and then having them all max awake. So
I remember starting out in arena, like the first week, I lost a couple matches. I didn't even end up with a bronze trophy. And then I started watching Pack, and I think I joined the Discord after that, like trying to figure out, how to play, and that, we kind of took off from there. I don't even remember what exactly prompted the original Arena Watch podcast.
Oh, it was like we had an idea after I got that perfect week, and I made a video, and then me and Pac were talking about like the Arena Watch podcast, and then I wonder if it was around that same time you saw me in Arena, and you're like, let's take on this team on air, and then it's funny. It ended up being like a really close fight that was lost. I think the Shades were fighting each other or something at the end.
You know,
It was a funny fight though.
I think I remember somewhere in my head. It must have been I wanted Trop to tell me all of his secrets, and I couldn't get it, and I had to coax him by making it all onto a podcast format or something like that. And then he told me everything I wanted to know. That must have been it.
Pretty much that. So yeah, I remember that was like my last loss in arena for a long time was facing you, and it was, you taught your Umbra, you taught it like Frizzle or something, and so it was able to kill mine because mine only had Crackle.
And it's heavy res, right? That was such a good unit. Remember, like, whenever you'd find like a unit that had the potency on the correct ability, whereas some units had like was it MP reduction? Remember, like some units had like their awakening perk was like 5% MP cost reduction for that ability, and then other units had, it has 5% potency on Frizzle or something. Like the Closser, the C rank Closser had like the strongest Frizzle in the game other than like Dragon Lord at the time. It was stupid. Because there's like a wisdom cap, and he had like potency, so he literally had like the strongest Frizzle, and we were like chasing after those little numbers. It was hilarious. Little things like that really mattered back then. Elemental type coverage, teaching Frizzle, especially when units still hadn't reached wisdom cap yet for it, or just had. So there's a lot of relevant things. Or teaching Zapple to Dragon Lord.
Dragon Lord True Form.
Dragon Lord True Form, exactly. Yeah. For that elemental
And that
coverage.
kind of stuff, I think it was working a bit back in the day, and that's why it's so good for this podcast. If you could go like chronological, and that way we could share some never before seen secrets on the podcast. Because I don't know how many people actually know about the story of how my first arena week went, and like the story behind it.
Hold on, let me pull open my units, because I want to have this on hand to kind of compare it, because I didn't even know that I didn't know about re-rolling an account kind of like Celery, and I didn't know to re-roll the retry banner. There's a retry banner, and I never even bothered to do it for like the longest time. And everyone was telling me to get, what was it, White King? Oh yeah, get White King. White King and Killing Machine. Those are the two best units you could get off of that retry banner. You get at least 2 units and settle, right? Whereas some people were chasing for 3, but that took forever. But yeah, so you were saying your first arena week. Trop.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty good story. It's a story that honestly not many people have heard before. Like I think honestly, Pac, you might have been the only ones that has heard it. But anyway, like for the reroll, like I'll just preface by saying this was actually like my first gotcha. The only reason I knew about the reroll is because after I got home from work that day, I was about to start the game, but I wanted to see what the Facebook group was saying, and then people were talking about a reroll, and I'm like, what is a reroll? And then someone answered my question, so I got lucky. That's why I knew what the reroll was. But essentially, the first week of arena for me was one of the funnest, and that's what got me really into it. Is the first week was before I really knew that many people in the community, and I was having like a friendly competition in this arena mode we never played. Like me and my buddy IRL, we were both downloading this game, and we were kind of seeing each other's arena matches for entertainment. Sometimes we do like arena matches at the pub. We neither of us lost any matches that week, but of course we lost some points and we didn't have the best units. So overall, at the end of that week, I was like panicking a bit because the leaderboards they shifted quite a bit in the first week. Having been around that top 10 area, top 10 to top 20 for the whole week, I could see just how much it shifted in the first week. Like sometimes people that would be like 5th place one week would go to like 12th place another day and stuff like that. And then it was the sixth day, so the day before the final day, and my buddy was in I think he was in like 11th and I was in 12th or something like that. And there was one day to go. And then I was like, oh, I got to be careful. But I think I lost 1 or 2 units that day, so I'm like, I'm not getting it. And by the end of the week, he got 9th and I got 10th. So we both started with like a top 10 without just like natural, a little bit of strategy, a little bit of luck here and there, but there
And
was nothing quite like that first week. The
had your
the
friend
leaderboard was
already
shifting so much. It was insane.
started spending money on the game by then, or was it after he got 9th? He was like, oh, I could start maybe spending
He was a bit more of a dolphin. He definitely spent spent a bit more. But
right
we
away,
had
or after getting
uh
9th, or before getting
e-
9th?
so even before that,
Okay.
um, because I was a little bit luckier to start. Like I had an Awakened 4 killing machine, um, pretty much a week into the game, and the only paid thing I'd done at that point was the paid banner for it. Otherwise, I got 2 off my reroll, and yeah. And anyways, and then I think he did the same. I think he got 2 off his reroll, but then he was a little bit less lucky with the killing machine. So he had spent more. I think he also had an Awakened 4 like me. Just that he spent more for it. But our box strengths were somewhat equal that first week. I think the only major difference between us, because we had to get a little bit creative. Like we both had killing machine. We both had Dragonlord True Form. I used Royal Reptile and he used Hybrid, because those are kind of what we had. And we try to make it work in different ways. But that was one of the funnest. Like we were occasionally losing units and losing turns, but we weren't losing matches. So we were kind of doing a friendly competition with each other. It's like, oh, so many days in a row we're actually next to each other on the leaderboard. What are the chances? And then going into that final day, I was like, man, I might not make top 10 with you. I just lost a unit or two, and I was in 12th yesterday. But then apparently a bunch of other people also lost points because that was the first week nobody knew what they were doing.
Hmm.
And yeah, he got 9th, I got 10th, and we're like, holy shit, maybe this isn't so hard. And and then I've pretty much stayed in the top 20 after that for like a very long time,
Okay.
until like the toxic week, whatever they call that, poison swamp week. That was my first like silver. But yeah, it was like a interesting starting story, getting to start with a friend and then being right next to each other on the leaderboards by pretty much by pure accident, except for that we were seeing each other's arena gameplay and adapting off of that. But yeah, I don't think I've really told anyone that, but that was my first arena week. It's fun.
We might have had an off-air conversation, and that kind of what spurred me into like, man, this should have been a podcast. Because it was like I don't know what it was, but I pushed Trop and I pushed Trop until I kind of set him off on like this just massive path, just long conversation where he just is like, I gotta say this pack, don't talk over me. I'm like, whoa, whoa, whoa. I've never seen that before from Trop. He was getting a little hot there.
He found my secret emotion chip.
Yeah. Apparently, you just got to dig deep enough. It's there somewhere. But yeah, we can get you there again. Because I'm still not convinced, man. I'm still not convinced. I still gotta rail into you a little bit. You could come at me if you want, but where were you, man? What's the deal with your philosophy here? That's the word you put it. Word you put for it was your philosophy, because I commented that I thought out of anybody that I've seen play competitively, that you did it the most sustainably. Then again, you didn't include enough PvE into that. Because there was, some PvE doesn't matter. Sometimes it's like, oh, it's an icon and 50 gems. It's like big deal. But other times, you might miss like a piece of armor or something in some mode, or I don't know, or you were always short on blossoming materials that we needed you to use for GVG sometimes. The fact that you couldn't clear blossoming doors. So that hurt for a while, then it didn't, because, there's just such a big excess of blossoming materials and not enough units or gold to use them on, So it wasn't so much an issue later down the line, but in the beginning it might have been for a little bit. So yeah, I understand that you played the game sustainably, and I do recommend that if anyone ever play one of these games, first of all, don't. Don't play a gotcha. But if you do, play it the way Trop was playing. I don't know how he did it, that it was still fun for him while also doing it sustainably, but he did. And then there were other things that I complained about, to Trop, and I'll say it here again. Like, Trop could have done more coaching for AW. He did for, was it Element mostly? I don't know who else he was responsible for other than himself and Element, but occasionally he might have popped in and very rarely, spotted somebody. And sometimes he didn't even say what the thing was, and it's like, oh, that unit's going to die. He thought it, and then it died. Like, he didn't step in to actually save us points when he could have, and he mentioned that later. Like, I could have stepped in.
Well, no, that was when I was like I think that was when I was like at the gym and stuff. I was saying,
yeah,
like,
that was the thing. It's like, hey, you could have stepped out for a bit and just been like, guys, talking into your earpiece or whatever it is, and so why didn't we have the greatest arena player, strategically? Why didn't we have you coaching as much? I mean, if you put in as much time as, say, like Starscream did while he was still playing, I know you said you thought Starscream didn't. I think Starscream, he pretty much was there for most of the coaching we did early on while he was still with us. And even when he wasn't coaching, he was doing more spotting than he was doing coaching, which was great for me because, like, I was coaching. And then whenever I was saying something wrong, which was a lot, he would go in and be my foil and actually counter what I was saying, and it was kind of a nice balance that we had going on. I felt more confident coaching if I knew that Starscream was there, because he kind of balanced out all of my faults, in a sense. But let's say you put in Atlas number of hours. Who knows what you could have, right? Like, this is not a quib on Atlas. I think Starscream was who I felt the most comfortable with, but at a certain point, Atlas had coached so many matches, and he's obviously good at the game. With his mind, he has the mind he has, and he coached just so many matches with so many different accounts, so many different boxes, that he just knew the ins and outs of what a unit can and can't do. And he just, be like, this is how it's going to play out. And towards the end, I think Afro was also, he just knew when what would happen. He did more spotting than he did coaching, Afro, but he also knew. But he was also always, Afro showed up for a lot of the coaching sessions, so he would just watch. So any amount of viewing that you have on these matches is obviously going to build up, like, the amount of knowledge you have. And I'm assuming, had you put in that level of effort, you would have maybe even gotten farther, because while you did get lucky, because I'm looking at my account, and my first S unit was King Shi Slime, and that wasn't from re-rolling or anything, or re-rolling the account. King Shi Slime, Great Troll, High Bird, And then this is when I must have realized about the retry banner. I got a White King, maybe 2 copies of White King, Metal Dragon, Dragon Lord. Then I got Killing Machine. I don't know how the order of this works, to be honest, how that happened. Yeah,
Should have
so
been a value
not the
banner.
best units to start out with, and I didn't have Dragon Lord Dragon Lord True Form. I had regular Dragon Lord, which wasn't all that good for Arena because it didn't have the range that Dragon Lord True Form did, or the tankiness, or pretty much anything. But you know, you were competing with Mystic and 15 for the most amount of trophies in the game, and I was counting, right? I was the guy who went out around and counted all the trophies and was like, okay, this is going to be our competition. It's going to be, you know, Starfall, then it's going to be, you know, like BDS, and then you could say, you know, TH, was it THC? What's the TH guild? THC?
ZTH?
ZTH? Oh, ZTH. Okay,
Yeah,
there it is.
GTA.
I honestly forgot about them. They disappeared after a while. THC. There's a company out there. THC. I don't know. THC is a company. It's not THC. But you know, you had like 800,000 CP, and they were at like 1.4, 1.5 million. I remember, and you had like 57 trophies, and they were like at 55 or something. Something like
I
that.
think at that point I had a bigger lead than that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Could be wrong.
Mystic and 15 were 1 away from each
Yeah.
other, but roughly comparable
original-
CPs. And then
The
you were
original
just
race was to 50 trophies, and you had done it when they were coming up on 50, I think.
Oh, maybe it was close actually. Then yeah, at that point it was close. I think I had a. Okay, I know what happened. I had a really big lead early on, but ever since they changed up the arena rules, that's when I started kind of my performance was dipping a bit, and
Yeah, you had
a lot
a
of-
massive lead going into the change because you'd gotten gold like all except for 2 weeks or something like that going into
Yeah.
the 3-turn arena, and then you had the most you had the most rank 1s. I think you had like 7 rank 1s or something like that, maybe even
it was
more. Might have been
something
like
insane.
13.
It was
But
something
you
insane.
had, 'cause I remember when we were, it may have been shortly after the change or around that time, but you were talking about the arena shop, and you're like, man, I've got all these tokens I don't know what to do with.
Yeah.
Like, I don't even, maybe you were buying alchemy or something at that point. And I was like, yeah, well, you've got like, you know, like every time you win and I only get gold, that's a like 300 token difference. So you've got like 4,000 more tokens from me just from your wins alone.
Yeah.
So
I bought the armor, I bought the units.
yeah, but yeah, you had I do think that was not a good change. I really enjoyed the 2-turn arena where it was much more fast paced. It really encouraged the aggression. It wasn't good strategically, but having all, you could lose 8, 16, even 24 points and still get a gold medal. And I thought, or a gold trophy. And I thought that was a lot cooler than once they moved to 3-turn. And well, as long as you don't make any mistakes, you get perfect, you get gold. And we even talked about it right when it happened. It was like, how is anyone losing 4 points? Like the health pools aren't large enough that if you go through 3 turns, something's got to die. Like if you've got to kill everything or lose one of your units, and I think Trop even got a 4 point, some short number of weeks later, where it was like, oh yeah, I tried to bait turn 1 and that didn't work. And then, but it's like, it was it was a massive change in the arena landscape, and this. But luckily, after that, we eventually did get to guilds, and that was an even bigger change and a much more strategic thing compared to just competing on the leaderboards.
I thought that the rule change that they did for regular arena was fitting for GVG. When GVG did come out, it's like, okay, you have 30% more health and whatnot.
It was great for GVG.
It was right because it's like you set your defense teams, so it's harder to take down those defense teams in 2 turns. You kind of need the 3 turns, the HP boost, all of it.
It could have. I think I will agree with you. I was going to say I think it could have been interesting to have 2-turn GVG, but I think what that would have done is what everyone expected, which is would have really geared things towards the whales, where you would have had to have the units to just bulldoze through your opponents in order to get those perfect scores in 2 turns.
It was weird because with 2-turn arena in regular arena, it favored skill. Like it favored players being more skillful rather than being whales. And having 2-turn arena for GVG would have favored the whales. But having it in regular arena favored the skilled players. So I wish they kept it the same. And I wish that they gave the 3-turn arena only for GVG. It seemed to, it would have made a lot more sense in my opinion. GVG just seemed more fitting for it. But they kind of did for both mediums. It made no sense to me.
I don't know if that was necessary, but maybe that was just easier for them, and that's why they did it. Everything is 3 turns. 30% extra HP, 30% reduced damage.
Yeah.
But,
well, from all my experience in the arena too, I think like that change was bad, but at the end of the day, arena would just have become a less skilled mode anyway because of power creep. Like even if it was still just 2 turns, they keep on releasing more and more units that have like 9 tile moves, 10 tile moves that hit very hard, sure hit, unreflectable. Like it was really good at the beginning. Was a different metagame. You had to like get creative with what you had, which for example, like I knew like these tiny little microscopic things that others didn't know that gave me an advantage, like teaching Frizzle, like you said, to the Umbra, or like teaching Buff, or like just teaching stuff to give you like a little bit of that edge so you can finish in 2 turns, altering agilities a bit, stuff like that. Just whatever you could do to make it in 2 turns, because those units didn't have super like massive powerful attacks that could hit everything on the map and pull them forward. I'm thinking of Few Sorrow, but yeah, it didn't have those kind of attacks, and so you had to get more creative. And sometimes if a smart player would put buff on their unit just to like absorb more damage from the enemy team, because you sometimes in the 2-turn arena you had to take hits sometimes to finish it in 2 turns, like so the buff was there for the ability to take hits, but then because of the arena change, the buff also screwed over the opponent because they would go backwards in buff. And then I don't know, I remember Starscream getting pissed one week because he's like, man, I was about to get first place, but this random asshole had buff on his Stark, and I couldn't finish in 2 turns.
Every unit, every time you're doing every match, you got to go through all the units, see if they had buff or not. And that was an AI change because it wasn't always the case, right, that they would use the buff, right? Like they made that change after the fact. So
I mean, I'm a clear enjoyer of the
people losing points
of like the first year meta and the units up to first year. Knock was the first unit I was kind of disappointed in because I saw the way the game was going, in that it was giving perks for 3 and 5 awake, and it was giving a bunch of more text, and I'm like, this is not heading in a good direction. And then what do you know, every half a year the units got more and more ridiculous. So yeah, that's it. interesting change that they decided to do with the half anti units.
Yeah, but we knew things in the early game that other people didn't. Like
Mhm.
HP Sword of Ruin was a global exclusive almost, basically, right? Like no one was spending alchemy stones in JP because you never saw any guides. All the Sword of Runes had the default rolls on them, and
Mhm.
there was no way to farm that weapon. You only had the one copy, so and there weren't a lot of alchemy stones, so the statistical chance that there was some guy out there in JP that had actually decided to roll his for HP, I think was very low. And I don't think they went for it initially because they didn't realize that, hey, this is a sword that has minus agility. Maybe you don't roll it for attack to give for a physical unit because they'll now miss more by having less agility. Whereas, okay, so arena was 2-turn arena meta back in the day, right? Not 3-turn arena. So if units couldn't reach other units on turn 1, they're losing half of their action economy, right? Like that's a whole turn gone, wasted. Whereas they only have one more turn to do damage to kill the enemy. So it's like, okay, so take Zoma for instance. I was the first person to like theorize, let's give it Sword of Ruin and roll it for HP somewhere. But even if you didn't roll it for HP, just at least give him Sword of Ruin and then try to roll HP when you get the chance. That way, you could let the enemy move up first and then you attack them, right? So that, you're losing out damage by not having Wisdom, but his typeless ability was stronger than Glacial Doom anyway, so you didn't really want the Glacial Dagger. And then the Dark Crystal Staff wasn't all that crazy either. Was that a reward from Mini Metal? So not everybody had it. But, so yeah, we lost a little bit of damage, but you had 2 actions now effectively on Zoma rather than 3. You could position him up so that way you bait somebody in. He's heavy Frizz res, so you bait somebody in like Dragon Lord True Form. And then or Dragon Lord, Dragon Lord's way slower than Zoma. But like Dragon Lord True Form, you'd bait him up. He'd hit you with the Frizz, not do much damage. You'd hit him with Glacial Doom, do a lot of damage. And then you'd have turn 2 to also do the same thing. So that kind of gave us the edge in global. And I think when you mentioned to me off air that when you did get the extra awakening for Zoma, it kind of screwed you because your Zoma was then too fast, and it was going against the whole action economy thing, which is kind of what we solved with the Sword of Ruin. But yeah, that was the early meta was a lot different because I mean, imagine if you lose an action with a unit in the current regular arena, which really even JP doesn't matter all that much. Yeah, you're losing 33% of the damage that you could put out, but if you built for damage, then you're then doing more damage, so maybe it makes up for it. But if you're losing half of your damage, even if you build for more damage, having 1 action rather than 2 is not going to cut it no matter what you build. So Sword of Ruin, I think, was the way to go with Zoma back in the day, for sure. But yeah, that was some of the weird things that we contributed. Giving Burning Breath to Dole rather than Kafizzle, it was back in the day that JP was recommending, which caught off guard Starfall Season 1. We got them a hit with a bunch of Burning Breaths and paralysis on their matches, which was kind of funny. They lost points on that. So if we didn't have the crit against, it was Atlas, we would have won the first season. But and I think we also lost points on, I believe, Hutch's match because we couldn't coordinate with him, which is also
we lost a lot there too.
Whereas like we couldn't kick Atlas, right? Because Atlas was good at the game, and it's like he lost it to a crit. Whereas with Hutch at the time, it was we couldn't get him to hop on voice and talk and stuff like that. So it was harder to coordinate with Hutch, and he was also. Is high the right word? Yeah, I think that's the right word. But you know, Atlas is sober, so you know, the difference there. It matters for Arena. I've realized is maybe we have Gwyn in the chat here disagreeing with me, but I think marijuana is going to affect your level of play here. I've realized that with talking with a few different people in the community. So I don't know. That's a tangent that I don't want to go down. Probably gone down too far. And bringing it back, what should we talk about next? So we had 2-turn arena, 3-turn arena, guilds dropped. Guild initially was just stamina, and then it was setting up, you know, GVG, and then once when GVG hit, like the whole community was at each other's throats in a way that it wasn't before, you know. So that could have possibly killed the game. Hey, it never affects my play, although it's prescribed to me, so I've never not. Oh, okay, fair. You don't know. Well, I don't know. Maybe you just have a high enough IQ that no matter like the level of impairment you have, you're still pretty, you know, decent, right? But if you're like of average intelligence and you were also just like blazed out of your mind, maybe the most competitive guild in the game is not for you. And I say the most competitive because between AW and Starfall, since we didn't have as many people spending as Starfall did, we had to use a lot more strategy. So I think strategically our guilds was the top in all of Global, and I stand by that.
Yeah, I think so too. When you consider like spending and everything.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's definitely good to kind of go down this road of like nostalgia and each share like our favorite memories from every era, because you could say this game's been split up into a few eras depending on like what meta defining unit has come, you know, like the Killing Machine era, DLTF era,
Blossomings,
Duel
when they
era,
released Blossomings.
Blossoming
Yeah,
era.
because
Yeah,
you got screwed with Killing Machine too, but all those general pool units suddenly got blossomed and you were doing fine. You were running like Halberd, Great Dragon, Metal Dragon, and Dragon Lord True Form. And basically the meta then was getting 3 move with 3 or more range, right? On your abilities, and getting a bunch of AoE. Like if you could stack the AoE, so this unit goes on this line, this unit goes in this line, they both hit the AoE, the damage overlaps, that unit is dead. Rather than just doing single target, single target, single target. The meta was definitely AoE back then.
yeah.
Whereas now you could
And it helps.
nuke a unit.
It really helps that I just didn't listen to what the majority of people were saying, because everyone was like, "Oh, whatever you do, guys, do Metal Dragon first. Great Dragon's trash." And then I did Great Dragon, and I just paired them up with my other dragons, and had a pretty good time.
Mm-hmm.
But people weren't very impressed by Great Dragon. They were like, "Oh, do Metal Dragon. You should never do Great Dragon."
He's typeless, he's this and that, but it's like Great Dragon actually had more range technically on the corners, and you didn't have to target a specific unit. Whereas like Great Dragon could just hit the whole AoE. Sure, it's elemental, so it could be resisted, but move him this way, move him that way, it's fine, more or less. Teach him a spell. Teach him, I don't know, whoosh or something. Swoosh. I know people were doing that, something like that. I know Starscream was running a lot of what's that one unit? The S rank cat with the wings back in the day. Whoosh.
Dragwar?
Dragwar. Right. He said a few times the swoosh came in clutch. Oh, no. He was also running... he ran swoosh on his, what's that? Kaiser Dragon? No.
The
Royal Reptile.
Royal Reptile.
Right, that saved him a few times. Yeah. Something like that. So it was definitely a different meta back then. And then the blossoms changed everything. That kind of hurt me for a little bit. You forgot Dragwar existed. You said Flying Cat. Your mind went to Nemean. Nemean was such a silly unit. It was good in some contexts, but it wasn't. Like, I think Chase overhyped it and whatnot. And we were telling him, it's like, you do realize he, nullifies damaging breath attacks, but you could still confuse him. Like, you could nullify the damage, but he doesn't actually nullify the effect. So you had CGM still confusing him, which is kind of funny. But he was fast. He was fast for the time, right? And he had, like, AoE and other things. So on Blitz teams, he was fine. But in other contexts, he just died to CGM after being confused, right? He just sucked.
Yeah, he was supposed to counter CGM and other breath units, and it's like, hey, CGM is still greatly used. This nullifies his damage, but not the confuse. So, and by the time he's unconfused, then he can be killed. So it was still maybe like a good unit if you knew how to use him right, but definitely like more niche than it was meant to be. Kind of like the Genie, I guess, that they released to counter breath units. I don't know. I haven't heard of that one getting used much.
Yeah, I've been playing Global and I haven't seen it at all. I wonder why. Yeah, but I'd saved, was 150,000 or so gems by the time I got back to Global. By the time I got back to AW. And I went all out on Hero 1 and I got him 5 awake without using any fragments. Speaking of which, if I do use a fragment, I could get like a point of agility or attack or something on him. Definitely do that.
Just like Trop using his fragments on King She Slime. Hack using his fragments on Forest Dragon.
Forest Dragon was fine, somewhat. I regret doing Great Dragon though, because I did Great Dragon just so I could clear the all-out battle Nimzo thingy.
I don't know if I knew about that one.
Yeah, there was some sort of all-out battle. It's the permanent content, right? It's the
Yeah.
Right. So I was doing the Nimzo, and I got to the last stage, and I needed Great Dragon at a certain number of awakenings, so he could have a certain amount of agility or heavy res or something. Was not worth it. Those were the days that I was doing like the 24-hour streams, trying to get like an icon, and failing at getting the icon. Usually, because every 24-hour stream I did, I always got the icon right as reset was happening. And then that one time I didn't, it broke me. It broke. I was resetting and resetting so hard to try to get this one bit of RNG to land. And I'd worked it out. It was possible. It was just very improbable. And so stupid. Because it's like, even though Reminiscence didn't exist in the game at all, but it just seemed like a standard for any gacha. So we kind of, on some level, must have knew that it was coming down the line. And yet here I was, doing my 24, almost 48-hour streams sometimes. I'm kidding. Trying to chase after an icon and a few gems. It was very stupid.
Remember? I used the Miyagi icon for a long time after that.
You had fun with that
to
one,
make fun
didn't
of
you?
Pack.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you had the right
Oh.
awakening or right unit to make it easy. I didn't. I was just like, one more awakening for that heavy
You
res.
needed Alina or
Yeah, I did.
Deborah for
Right.
it, and
Which
I
is-
don't think you had either one.
Which is why I had to go for a different strategy. But that different strategy would have worked if I had more awakenings. But that stream didn't even get saved because anything
It went
over
over
12
12
hours gets deleted. If you're
Yeah.
not a big time streamer, if you don't have enough subs, anything over 12 hours gets deleted. I didn't know that at the time, so definitely different time, undocumented. Some people remember. I have no proof, but it was a different time. It was a different time, and I do regret that. It was because there's like 2 dragons. Doing forest, while it was just for like 1 season of RTA was nice, just to have the extra awakening. Which you could also argue wasn't that much of a boost to spend 100 fragments on. I did get top 50 in arena, so that RTA, so that was fun as free to play. Basically, because I was using all my free-to-play units. Like, none of those units that I was running that season were got with paid gems or paid banners or any of that. All of them were my free gems. So that was a fun season. Don't regret Forest Dragon as much as I do Great Dragon. And the fact that I did 2 dragons that were both in the general pool event. Forest wasn't initial right away, but 2 dragons in the general pool left me not being able to, frag other things for quite a while. Like Greynarl, I could have fragged a lot sooner than I had and, got some use out of him, but I didn't. D-Bot on, I didn't get till later, apparently, I think. Caius must have gotten him on the rerun. Just 1 copy, though, not even 2. So mine was unawakened. It's still unawakened. But yeah, the stuff like that, or even Shenlong, right? Like I didn't have as many fragments as I could have for some of the other dragons. Never a big dragon guy on my account. Never got lucky with them. I usually just went after what I got lucky on, right? And like I got pretty decent. The main thing that I got lucky on was what, Killing Machine 2, and I got to 2 awake in 30k gems. Which wasn't crazy. But that's like that's the luckiest I've gotten, I guess, in the whole game. So I've never been lucky playing the game. Pretty much. Some units I got like in 3k, but I didn't risk going to the 30, because I was just like, okay, I got the unit, I'm dipping. But no. Yeah. And moving on from there, I don't know what to talk about. We covered.
Well, I'm just gonna say that Pack's luckiest
Go ahead.
pull was my unluckiest pull in like a famous moment. But yeah,
But that worked out for you for a time, with the blossom.
it still worked out for me for a time. Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially because it turned out that OKM was just not very good at arena.
No, he wasn't. He was too fast. Like he would technically have to bait units down. He'd have to do what Zoma did. What we did with Zoma.
He was fast. He only had 6 range using his B rank attack. And it was only the single target. It wasn't to the corners.
And they never fixed that in his bloom. They never
Nope.
they never fixed it. There's like, oh, you wanted to fix? No, screw you. Like they never bothered to fix it. It was so weird.
One thing that I wanted to kind of go through, and kind of coincides with the chronological view of DQT and Arena Watch, was the
Shard Princess
what the problematic units of their time, and the only one that really sticks out to me was Diamond Slime. Like, because we had initially Rapthorn was our problem unit, because Starfall had a bunch of, they were pretty invested in following JP GVG, and apparently Rapthorn was heavily used there on defense. So they did the same thing, and we were not prepared for that. Like first GVG season, we go in and there's 15 Rapthorns, and we'd barely seen any of them at that point because I think it was a relatively new unit.
That was the very first season of GVG.
That was the very first season. Yep.
And I still think
Very-
we were more likely to win that than they were, I think.
We were likely to win, not necessarily going into it, but they had 2 losses at the very start. I think JM was one of them. And that gave us a huge point cushion.
Right.
And then I was coaching, and I was just like, all right, let's just not lose to all these Rapthorns. And we managed to do it for all except one, I think. I think we had one loss to a Rapthorn, maybe. I don't even know if we had one, but we might not even had a loss to a Rapthorn.
I know Atlas lost, and then I think
I don't
Hutch
think anyone.
lost,
I don't
right?
think anyone else lost. I don't think anyone else. He didn't lose. He
Just
lost
points. Okay.
So I don't think anyone else lost to Rapthorn, but all of my victories were like lost 15 points, lost 20 points, lost 25 points, lost 30 points. Like, so it was, kind of similar to how our matches go now, except Starfall was us and we were our opponents, where it's like even with losses or a loss, they were still able to claw back into range because they were getting the 160s, the 155s, and we were getting the 125s, 135s.
I think statistically they were likely to lose those 2 matches, at least one of, 2 of their 20 matches, because the amount of CC risk they were taking with us having goal on every team was just so high. So whereas like again the Atlas crit was just so low.
Yeah, it was a Squidzilla crit, so it's like just a 1%.
Mm-hmm.
But that I didn't think Rapthorn was that bad once we knew to start to get prepared for him. But Diamond Slime. Diamond Slime being released before there was a guaranteed charm unit, before there was really that much accessible typeless damage, because there was like you could run the Marshall team with Vera, Marquis, and Metal Dragon and have a good shot at it. I believe that's how Starscream handled the Diamond Slime teams fairly effectively. But other than Metal Dragon, those were relatively low pull, like not a whole lot of people pulled on Vera and Marquis, who were back to back. So like unless you were saving specifically for the Marshall Beast team, you probably didn't have both of them, if you even had one of them. And there was no charm. The only charm in the game at that time was Jessica, base form Jessica's sexy beam, and that was it.
It didn't have a lot of range.
It was 5 range because she was 2 move,
and it was what, a 40%, so 80%.
Yep, 80% chance, and and she wasn't used. You didn't use Jessica in arena. She was 60 weight. She was frail. She didn't have any sort of survivability. So it was like, it was just, we went into that GVG after it came out, after Diamond Slime came out, and it was like, man, like we've got nothing against you just have to, we had to use Clubber and
pray for a crit.
Yeah, pray for crits, which you're likely to get, but you could still get screwed by RNG. And I think Queen Slime Bloom was out. I know. I remember using it. It might not have even been out at that point. It might have come out after that. But yeah, those first couple, it was like they had a Diamond Slime the ability to 160 was unlikely because there was just nothing that we had against it, and I felt like that was an actual design failure of like, okay, we've put out this unit who is great for PvE and just basically has no real counters for PvP, and it can protect your. At that point, it was still the Rapthorn. It can protect your Rapthorn and let him, just wail on your units until you can manage to bust through all of his HP and through all of his resistances and defense and everything. I was like, that was miserable.
Yep.
A huge design mistake, yeah.
But I think other than Diamond Slime, I did not think that any other unit, despite all the power creep through the years, that first one, which was right at 1.5 years, because it was very close to Sorrow. I remember I chose to pull on Sorrow over Diamond Slime and Young Terry. And that was when I transitioned to being fully focused on PvP, even though that was definitely the wrong unit to choose. But that was my thought process. And so right at 1.5 years, they made what I viewed as a pretty significant mistake. And then after that, before and after that, I don't think there was ever a unit that was just like, all right, this thing is unstoppable on defense.
Right.
I think maybe V rises to that level on offense, which was right at the end of the game's lifetime and really pushed us into that securing that number one spot on the server that Starfall had moved to. Okay, we're mainly pulling on RTM stuff, and even to the point of we're not even going to participate in GVG. And we were, had something like 17 3 Awake plus Hero V. And it was just, he was and is ridiculous on offense, giving him his whole kit. The whole thing was just busted for offense. But I think that a busted offense character is less feel bad than busted defense. Like a unit that you can bring on offense and really feel like you're taking advantage of your skill. And, even though, some of that skill is, yes, they've given this character all the tools that you need to succeed. We went through something close, almost 2 years of GVG, getting 160'd, probably minimum 75% matches. And so we're used to getting 160'd. They put out a unit that helps people 160 us. That doesn't bother us. But then you put out a unit like Diamond Slime that makes it almost impossible to 160 at the time. That just feels terrible. Like, there goes our chances here.
Yeah, technically every other season was, while we weren't statistically likely to win every season, I claim that, season 1, we were statistically likely to win season 1, and we didn't. But every season was technically, in some way, if we'd put our heads together, if we'd gotten lucky, we could have won any of these seasons other than Diamond Slime. Unless if we all bought, Max Awake Diamond Slimes. I think every other season was winnable other than that one. That one was it was impossible. There was no chance statistically.
Didn't Diamond Slime have 5 seasons though?
Well, Diamond Slime did last for a while before having counters, but I think the next month I got was it Maluminary? So I had my counter. I mean, not everybody had theirs.
Yeah, I think Maluminary came out shortly after.
It was fall or something.
And then right after that was CGM because that was the same event,
CGM
right?
is the same event, so it was the same. Yeah, same month. It's
Yeah.
just
And
Trop had his counter, I
then
had mine.
after that was the summer. So Summer Jess being the big counter that lasted pretty much through the end of Global. But Gwen brought up Ann 2, and I think Ann 2 was more of an offense, similar to V, which we did use her a lot. We had a lot in the guild where she was similar. I compare her to a Omni evasion unit where you could use her like we'd been using Duel.
But you could do it for
except
breath
worked
and
against-
spells, yeah.
Yeah, it worked against everything except multi-hit. And she was very difficult to account for when building a defense. But she wasn't that intimidating on offense. She was baitable with Duel, and we did have Golden Globe, and we used Golden Globe a ton working when she came out. Just worked very effectively of taking out her lives.
Granted, he does miss because he's slower, but with enough hits, statistically, it's unlikely that he doesn't get her killed eventually.
Yeah, so that was, I didn't think that she was that bad on defense, but she was very, very similar to V on offense in that she had the tools to trivialize a lot of fights. I think I would say the next worst unit on defense was probably Vern. I think Dark King Vern was very difficult to handle. It really was like, and possibly that's, it's like Ann 2 was one of the, it was basically Ann 2 or CGM. And like, if you didn't have one of those two units against a Vern, you just didn't fight Verns. If possible to avoid it, because the ability to deal enough damage without losing a unit just wasn't there.
There's Vern, but there's also what Superior.
Supreme.
Yeah, Superior.
He wasn't that bad though. He had very distinct counters.
But did everybody have those counters? I mean,
enough. One of them was Erdrick, and basically everyone had Erdrick because he came out much after Erdrick, so he was on value banners.
Mm-hmm. So for Ann 2, you mentioned Golden Globe was the budget option for dealing with her. Other than Pop, like if you didn't go for Pop, what was the multi-hit option for killing Ann 2? Was it Shenlong or Breath or something? I can't remember. Do you know?
There's a few wings.
I mean, Shenlong's probably the offense.
Because he
He never
resists
felt
Sizz, right?
the word
But he was weak to Zap.
Oh, you mean who? Oh,
Shenlong's-
and 2.
Yeah,
Yeah,
as far
but
as, yeah.
he's not weak to anything. He has Dragon Scale. Well, not Dragon Scale, but 3 wishes.
Yeah, that's true.
Which does not allow you to put him in range of like multiple extremely powerful attacks that hit him for brilliant. A la Scion. He's not invincible. But yeah, he's not weak to anything really. Shenlong was the best overall GVG unit for a long time, I would say. He was incredibly good on offense and quite good on defense. think him having like being effectively just breath. He's just damage, a strict amount of damage. He can't crit or get any statuses, do any status. So he's just damage and just has HP and damage reduction. No revives or immortal. But he was kind of just a gear test of can you handle the damage he's going to put out, and can you deal enough damage to take him out? And that was very, very good on offense and good enough on defense, primarily because he was an excellent duel check for a long time. Every defense needed something that could one-shot duel, and Shenlong was an excellent option for filling that slot. See, I guess pairing him with Graynarl. Graynarl was top 50 weight unit other than Diamond Slime. Stop.
Screen is now perfect. Yeah, that's true. You used Mom 2 to kill and 2 proc. Yeah, that's another. There's another mage pop solution there, because I mean those were new units, right? But was there anything old? I'm trying to think if there was any old multi-hit ways of killing her.
Pretty much Golden Globe.
She didn't. She was half res to all the CC, so there's nothing really to stun her with.
Pretty much Golden Globe. Shenlong was good for having that good multi-hit. Duel didn't have the multi-hit, but he tended to just distract her so that she wasn't likely to kill anything for the first 2 turns anyway, and you just tried to do it before turn 3 when it's possible her coup would give her a hit on something else.
Yeah, I don't remember her being too tough to deal with. She was tough, but nothing crazy.
It was, I mean, yeah, it really was just, if they didn't have a dual check, use dual. If they did have a dual check, use Golden Globe.
Right. Like you could say that the Rapthorns were harder to deal with on season 1 because, you couldn't check Rapthorn with Dole, right? You couldn't stop their Rapthorns by having Dole out, whereas because like our counter for Rapthorn, which not everybody was educated on, so they didn't quite all have their dragons ready, was
Boreal.
Boreal Serpent. So not everyone had that bloom ready. Maybe if we did, we would have more of we wouldn't have lost as many points as we did on the matches that we didn't lose.
It was tough even with him because he's Zam weak.
Yeah.
And like very frail as a whole. So it's like getting him, into position where you could engage with the Boreal without taking a hit first, because if you could take 1 hit, but you couldn't take 2.
I know he was a very slow unit. So Boreal was a fast unit, and you could probably have Boreal go first and then someone else hit. But I can't remember that map. That map might have been difficult to deal with in the case that, maybe the Rapthorns were too far back to reach with Boreal. Well, Boreal would reach, but what about everybody who's going to finish, Yeah,
everyone else, Boreal, if you just charge in, Boreal's likely to die. Because basically anything, it wasn't just the Rapthorn, anything that hits the Boreal is going to do at least half his HP.
What's that flying unit with the Crackle A rank?
Oh, Claria?
Claria. So it was like Boreal and Claria to finish off the Wrap Thorns. I don't know if those 2 hits by themselves did it, but something like that.
I don't know if we even used Claria.
No, I did.
I don't know. Claria was another extremely fragile unit. Like anything hitting Claria was gonna kill her.
I think she was
good.
She Zam resistant though?
She resisted Zam,
but not typeless.
He had Starfall, which they named their guild after.
Yeah.
And he had Starfall, and he would just kill almost anything if you left a single unit in range, and unless he was bound, like he could always move so that he was only hitting a single target with Starfall. And
which is weird because sometimes even in global to this very day, I occasionally when 2 units are positioned like this, I can't target the both of them with like a Stark, for instance, if I'm on this tile, but if I'm 1 back, it lets me target both of them. But if I step 1 up, technically they're both in the range for me to target both of them, but it's doing one or the other sometimes. I wish that's another change I wish they did was having having like a button to be able to control the direction the unit is facing. So that way, if you do have an attack that has forward range, you could decide which direction you're going to face while doing it. Because there were very rare instances, but there are some instances in which you couldn't target 2 units at the same time, even though you technically should have been able to. I don't know. I just found it very annoying. Maybe you guys have, playing as much as you have, maybe you've ran into that exact thing that I'm talking about here, but
make sure. Yep. I think that's still an issue. If you're able to take a step back and get the correct targeting and then move forward, that usually keeps the same targeting. But if you're not able to do that, then you basically depending on what the AI is seeing, you can also just hit auto, and sometimes the auto, as long as it doesn't think it has a better attack, it will do the correct targeting, even though you're not able to do that targeting as a human.
Yeah, but sometimes it's gonna choose that closer tile anyway instead of the farther one you wanted. So yeah, whereas there are some cases where you can just press auto and it'll do it for you. But
if there's less movement to a space that hits the same 2 units, it would use that instead of if you wanted the one that moved further. Mm-hmm. It won't do that on auto. Yeah, but that's. I always found it interesting. That was really one of the fun parts. One of the many fun parts of our rivalry with Starfall was trying to predict what their next pull unit would be, because their guild, they pulled. They had some whales that pulled on everything. They had, but occasionally a unit would come along and they'd get 18, 19, even 20, like Diamond Slime. They had a full 20 Diamond Slimes in the guild. D Baron, they had a full 20 D Baron after the rerun. I think they had a lot on the initial run, but they had a full 20 on the rerun.
Yeah, that definitely was the theme facing Starfall, was always a Starfall like unit, right? Like Rapthorn, a whole wall of Rapthorns, and that was their whole strategy. And I figured that our best bet of beating them was that, well, they're going to be predictable, right? They're all going to get whatever JP's using and all get the exact same unit. They're all going to run the same strategy. They're all going to run the same exact defense team. just about. At least initially, it was that case. I'm sure they varied things up a bit later, but they have a similar culture, similar this and that, and way of thinking. And one person's coaching basically all the matches until he coached other people to coach. But it it seemed like a monoculture. So if you think like the Gross Michelle banana, right? Having what was that one? It was either a fungus or it was some sort of weevil that wiped most of them out. But whenever you have like a monoculture, if you have this specific counter to that monoculture, then you just take out that whole monoculture. So while their strength was that they were kind of fighting this unified front of all doing this one hardcore strategy, not hard like a high paywall strategy. I don't know. If we played our cards right, we could have countered that very effectively and very predictably. Because we had a different philosophy, right? With our guild, we weren't all Chinese. I mean, I'm sure they didn't do that to be racist, right? Like, I'm not even going into that. It's more like that's just how things were. Like they are Chinese, they speak Chinese. They're gonna get people in the guild that also speak Chinese, connect using the same apps that they do. Makes sense, right? Just logically speaking, pragmatically, makes the most sense. Whereas us, I mean, we had people from Mexico with Nobu, America, Canada, Europe. We had Americans that were, Taiwanese nationals like Mitch. So, lot of stuff from around the world, basically. Different mindsets, different mentalities, a lot of strategy. So, a lot of variance. So we were the complete opposite of Starfall. A lot of, and that's where they would lose points to us, is like when they went against Afro's team and it was just so weird, so different from everything else everyone else was running, or Luke, and then they'd lose points or lose the match against that. That was, I think, an interesting difference between our two guilds, I found. But yeah. So I think that covers a lot of what happened on Global, and to this, that, after that, went into the Rapthorns, but then they, Starfall kind of bowed out, and that was kind of sad to see. But, it would have taken, I don't think that change that we wanted for GVG, even if Global did last longer, would have ever happened, because JP just didn't need it. And it was clear that the only changes that they were ever going to make an effort to do is stuff like removing chat, removing Lawson. It just, stuff like that. Obviously stuff that hurt Global, rather than help it. But, I enjoyed the game. In my opinion, I haven't played every gacha game ever, obviously. But I've seen the ratings with this one. I've seen general mechanics and some others. I've played Fire Emblem Heroes, and I would say that on a strategic level, this is probably the best gacha ever, despite it not being as big as some of the others out there. Despite it never gonna ever be as big as some of the other stuff out there. Graphically, it was okay for a mobile game. It was great, and strategically, it was great. Obviously, the fact that it's a gacha at all was bad. And my hope for Square, and obviously there's no hope for Aiming because it's a gacha game company, but my hope for Square Enix is that it moves away And they're a business, so they're trying to make money on this, on NFTs or whatever weird stuff that they were trying to do for a time, and then they'll move on. And I hope they truly do, move on and give us some good games. I'm down to play. I play Dragon Quest 11. I'm looking forward to Dragon Quest 12 coming out, possibly streaming that with you guys. I don't know, maybe Ghost or something. We'll see what I do there in the future. But you guys have made the decision to move on over to JP. What made you guys decide to want to do that? Just seemed like the next logical step, or I don't even. Yeah, go ahead.
I think a lot of us just we like GVG so much, and we like Dragon Quest, and we're like, well, if there's a chance to not have it end, and we all we got very lucky on the reroll banners, and we came, every single one of us. And so that's why we have so many units, and yeah, we're like, it's worth a shot.
Okay.
But
I think a lot, maybe even the vast majority of the people who went over to see. I mean, we do have, we brought in some people from Aces, from Yggdrasil, but I think we're at what, like 15 Arena Watch members, and then 5 that we brought in from other guilds.
On top of the secondary guild, right?
Yeah, and then we've got a whole. I think our secondary guild is at like 16 or 17. It's very close to full, and that one is almost entirely other guilds. We've got some alts. Well, it might even just be Sharkai. But I think not. We have other alts in there, but I think they're alts of people who didn't come from Arena Watch. So, but I think we have 15 people from Arena Watch, 15 or 16 playing in JP, and the vast majority of those made the decision to stick with Arena Watch. Like, that was, if all of it, if all or most of us weren't going over, then it's very possible none of us would have. Whereas we wanted to keep playing with the same group. So I think that if it had been like, say, maybe if it was under 10, if only 9 people wanted to go over, I don't think the transfer would have happened as such. I think it would have been more like the rest of Global, where you just kind of go over. Some of them go to Global players, some of them go to Teku's Tacos, and we wouldn't have the organized group like we do. It would have been the end of Arena Watch, but enough of us didn't want Arena Watch to end just because Global ended that we were able to have a very successful transition, keeping the culture, keeping the group, and that's what we enjoy. We've spent these years playing with primarily the same group. We've had some, we have 1 or 2 leave and 1 or 2 come in over every so often, but we've been going. Atlas has been here since the beginning. Trop, myself, Afro. I'm like, I don't even know. I'd have to go through the whole guild list, but we've been playing together a long time. We wanted to keep doing that, and so I thought that was actually really, really cool that we were able to bring so many over and get this fresh start. It's possible that I would have been, even if we didn't all come over as a guild, I probably would have just done some experimenting on JP. I'd always wanted to do challenge run type stuff, and Global ending would have been a good chance to do that. But I was very happy to have such a large number of Arena Watch come over and keep on it, and, experiencing JP together, which is it's a excellent, a fantastic experience rather than just playing alone.
Because
Mm-hmm.
that was a surprise for me too. I was like, well, I don't know if I want to go to JP or not. There's so many things I'm thinking about, and I don't know how many of us will switch. But then one by one, we kept seeing people say they're switching. And then at some point, I'm like, well, shit, even I should switch and start an account.
Yeah,
And
because
then enough of us.
you had a different account just to look at things occasionally, but that's obviously not the account you're playing now.
No, that would just be like a random account I would use.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so
But yeah, that's it's definitely going to be interesting. We're getting our first taste of GVG now, and like Atlas said, it's going to be interesting to learn the JP meta of, it's been so long that we've built entirely to face Starfall that is that going to be the best option moving forward, or is building to counter blitz, or building to counter, we'll see what it holds going forward.
we do know that a lot of the time Starfall was just copying whatever they had over in JP, so it could be some of the same. I mean,
could be.
The units are there, right? Like it's the same game, so the units are there, just further along. So it could have been the same meta, just about. I think there were a few, unique global exclusive secrets that we'd figured out, but other than that, I think it was more or less the same. I think they're probably further along than us in PvE as far as because they just have a bigger infrastructure, right? They have so many players that were producing guide videos, and that could just, it's like, how did you even figure that out? Because you must have put this unit on this tile and attacked here, and then you're like, okay, well, now I got to change the agility to this, and that changes this about the thing, and then they tweaked it. It's like, but how did you see the end result to then want to go down this journey, to get to that clear, because any one of those steps before that, if you didn't see it all solving, you might not have gone down that path. You might have gone down a different path and kind of got to a dead end with whatever strategy you're running. But it seems that every time, JP always figured it out by themselves, and a lot of the time Global was just taking whatever JP did and modifying it to fit, each and every person's box. So JP doing it raw without having any help, I feel like they were further along for the meta for PvE than us, just strategically, mentally. But I think we might have had the edge PvP wise. I think. I could be wrong. I don't know. Could be possible. I don't know.
Yeah, that's. I know they have a website for tracking GVG data, and apparently, or we believe that they've got similar, if not, or they've got the same matchmaking algorithm we had in Global, where it's based off of guild size.
Mm-hmm.
And so, from the people that have looked at the website, they've said that there's a top guild at every single one, a top 20-man guild, a top 19, a top 18, etc., all the way down, at least down through 15. I don't know if they look further than that, but which was effectively the same thing we had in Global. We had us and Starfall at 20-man until the last month. We had BDS at 17 or 18, or maybe 16 or 17, somewhere in there. And then we had ZTH at 15. So there was the same thing that happened in Global, where everyone who didn't want to face us in Starfall dropped down until they were the big dog in a smaller pond happened, or at least appears to have happened in JP, where there's a guild that gets Master 1 every single month or almost every single month with very high average score, 155 plus average attacking scores in every single guild size. And so that's will be interesting. We won't know who they are in all likelihood unless they're one of the big name guilds, one of the stam leaders. So that's it'll be. I expect we'll have quite a handicap going against any of the really competitive guilds, just because we can't read the text, and so making sure that when they have buff versus some other support skill, which probably be like, I don't know, mid heal. Maybe I would get confused if I'm not looking closely between mid heal and buff, which they probably don't have mid heal. But I don't know, if I'm expecting them to buff and then they just run straight down, could mess up my plans. And then having to check a database for any unit basically for what their perks are. Because anything that's new and anytime you don't remember anything, you can't just click on the unit and okay, oh yeah, that's what it has. I think we're likely to play a little bit looser. Oh, okay, well, I use the what went wrong channel of this happened. I didn't know that was a thing, but now I do.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I appreciate the joke that Atlas made that we're going to be in an intense situation where we're trying to sleep a Stark, and then we'll realize that we taught our unit Dazzle.
Yeah,
I thought that was pretty funny.
Yeah, that's definitely something that could happen. We misread the scroll. I think that was Phoenix already did that. Not in GVG, but he said I was wondering why my snooze kept failing on a start. Turns out it was Dazzle.
Oh no. So speaking of reading text, obviously AW members, you have a high level of understanding Japanese in the guild, right? Like, what's your guys' comprehension of Japanese?
I know that the letters are Japanese.
Okay. Okay, so not high. So how do you guys manage to play? For the viewers here, what do you do for those pesky texts that you can't understand?
Well, usually we hire Pac, who's been going to Japanese church for the past few years for this very reason.
Yeah. That's coming next, maybe, but Google Lens. What's so weird? There are apps that on-screen apps, so you get a little bubble on your screen, like if it's an Android, right? And you press it, and then it'll translate the whole screen. And I know for a fact that they're using Google Lens. Like, all their app does is plug it into Google Lens and translate your screen on screen for you, rather than having to take a screenshot.
I don't know if that's true. I tried the Bubble Translate app, and it was useless.
Sometimes it's useless. Sometimes, okay.
Google Translate has been pretty effective. I think the most trouble I've had with Google Lens is it doesn't generally know what a unit's name is. So it'll be like Uncle Horn, and that means Mucifer.
Yeah.
But other than that, most things come through pretty well. But the Bubble Translate, when I tried it, it couldn't translate anything. It was all those weird translations that you occasionally see screenshots of and stuff. That's Bubble Translate. Google Translate, in my experience, I've always been able to interpret what Google Translate means. but the bubble translate, like I couldn't get anything out of it. It was merging stuff together. It was because I tried it when I was trying to figure out like missions, how to full clear a stage, and it just didn't give me any useful information.
I think sometimes it breaks. So I used to be able to take like the translate, like I sometimes read Japanese. I'm sometimes reading stuff like that's Korean, and then I press the bubble translate, it'll translate it for me. But sometimes I've had an entire language like completely break. Like I was in, the guild that had Kobe Bryant or whatever it was. I joined their line group to kind of like talk to them and say hi and whatnot, and show how we beat some of their teams, like with a recorded video or stuff. And it was translating the Chinese just fine, right? But then the app broke with Korean. Like I tried to use it recently for Korean, didn't work. Deleted cleared the cache, cleared the memory on the app, and did again. Didn't work. Deleted the app, re-downloaded it, didn't work. So sometimes it just breaks, sometimes partially, sometimes fully. But I think when it does work and work properly, I think it should just be using translation from some other company, right? Not their own proprietary one. In any case,
I don't know.
I think
It doesn't appear that way when I was using it. It was not nearly as legible as Google Translate has been.
In any case, they could totally just use some other, they could pay some sort of developer, so like Google, Google Lens, and pay them a little cut, use theirs, and then all they have to do is make the software that runs the bubble on, the screen for it to translate the screen rather than having to take a screenshot every time. And yet that little thing they're charging, I can't remember how many dollars it is a month. That's the only reason why I would use the APK rather than, for the free premium version. It's like, because it's like, they're probably not using their own translate. Even if it's not Google Translate, they're using somebody else's translation software. All they're doing is making the running on app, on screen app bubble. And I don't think they should be charging yearly for, like, maybe even charge one time, but you're not doing any sort of special thing with that. So it just seems overpriced and like a ripoff. That I just wouldn't want to support it with money, more than a one-time payment. I don't know. I think Google Lens has an opportunity to just make their own, and they haven't, which makes no sense. Because imagine like a one-touch button on your screen to translate the screen. Because I know it does that it does it for Line. Like when I'm looking through Line, sometimes it'll give me a prompt saying you want to translate this with Google Translate, but it's actually text in Line, right? Like images aren't the same thing. But imagine if you had that for images, like your phone just prompts you and asks you want to translate this whole screen of Japanese text. I'd be like, okay, cool. With a one-touch button, you don't have to screenshot, then delete all these extra screenshots that you have on your phone. But yeah, that's definitely a disadvantage that you guys have now. It's like, because it was already hard enough, your coaching matches, you can't play the game efficiently unless if you have like a calculator, some matches, especially if you're coaching like 20 matches and you want to do it timely enough. So the fact that you guys now have to screenshot stuff and see what certain learned abilities are is kind of brutal. Mid-match as you're coaching, you're just a few seconds delay here and there. It's just, it's just making just another barrier for you guys compared to Japanese players, I think. But it's, you guys are doing it. It's all possible. It's working out. So, I didn't join you guys for JP, but I'd be down to sub when I have time. I don't have time right now lately. But yeah, that covers, I think, JP. Have you guys been enjoying it? Is it more fun than global? Less fun? Is it nice because there's no drama and it's just like you guys are all like coming up with things together? You know, no outside guilds, just nagging and incessantly on your shoulder, something bothering and what have you, or just the game, you know.
Yeah, the lack of drama is definitely a big plus. Uh,
Because
we
it's strange, like ultimately, while people made fun of us for playing competitively, it's like we played the game. I'm not sure if we played the game as intended, but I feel like we did, right? Like we played the game to the fullest you could play the game, right? And it's like you had a bunch of hecklers uh, opposed to that kind of philosophy. It's like play the game how you want to play the game, but AW really just wanted to play the game and play it good. Like drama, while it followed us from other people throwing it on us, isn't what the game's about. Like there's no drama mechanic in the game. Like they literally took the chat out of the game. So if anything, they were trying to remove drama. Though I think removing chat didn't do that. But
yeah,
people
it
in
was
the
definitely
community definitely tried to add it in any way that they could.
Yeah.
It seemed like.
Yeah, it was very, like you said, it was interesting that people were so invested that we wanted to play the game the way we wanted to play it. And it's like, look, we don't tell you how to play your game. Like, just let us play how we enjoy it. And I think that this whole transfer to JP is somewhat of a validation. Like, I mean, we kind of in Arena Watch, we already knew that. Like we've always said, like the people in Arena Watch, we're here because we want to be, like, we want to play, we want to beat the best. That's how we enjoy the game. There's no one, and to use the example of Starfall, like Starfall, at the end they revealed like there were people in Starfall that did not like facing us. They felt it was a chore to, like, oh, we have to try today. We have to actually, get coached or even give our account to 15 to pilot so that we can get our 2,500 gems. Like, what a hassle. Whereas like Arena Watch, it was like, oh, which day out of the 7, which one's going to be our one day to really have fun and put ourselves to the test.
And I think that was the try and true thing, because how many times did AW lose to Starfall? Sometimes it was, even to sabotage, not like in some of it intentional sabotage, but the result sabotaged the whole matchup, right? So AW lost as many times as they did and didn't give up. And Starfall lost the few times that they did and did give up. Now, what did both guilds have going into it? AW was focusing on strategy more so than spending, and Starfall, while still having plenty of strategy, were focusing on spending a lot more than AW were. And you spend that much and you lose, it hurts, right? But when you're doing strategy and you're trying your best strategically to figure out this puzzle and try to beat the puzzle and you lose, that kind of just puts a fire under your sails and you just want to try harder to win because it was about strategy. You were trying to figure it out, right? It was all about figuring it out. That was the whole point. So when you don't win, you try harder. Whereas like if you spend a lot and you don't win, then you kind of like, well, I spent all this money and it went to waste. And like it has the opposite effect, I think.
Man, I'm so glad we beat them on that Lodge season. That probably just took all the win out of this season.
Yeah, that just proves, winning against the Lodge season just proves that AW was the better guild, I think, of the two as far as strategic minds go. Of course, I wasn't there, so that was it, right? It was because I wasn't there. No. I think that has something to say about you know how some people say that you need like fish or you need free to play to make a gotcha successful. To a certain degree, it's not just free to play, it's people playing strategically and with a budget, right? Like, you need people that are out there having fun and pushing really hard. Sure, the whales get a win against people like them sometimes and makes them feel good about their purchases. But those kind of people, you guys spent a budget, not a lot, but you guys spent some, and losing didn't deter you. So, as far as longevity for a gotcha goes, that kind of mentality seems to outlast the whales who spend more, are at the top, and then lose, right? That seems to break their spirits a lot more, especially when there's, you know, we beg Malcolm, oh, do this fix. So, you know, AW and Starfall face each other match one. That was my idea. I was like, why can't we just face each other like match one every season? You're rigging it anyway. Match one, do it. That way no one can complain about anybody else, whatever cheat. They never bothered. But that would have been really cool. Or, you know, I don't know if AW faced off against Starfall first match every season, because it was like literally the only two guilds that were really complaining about the cheating. It's funny because it's like me being in Dapper Agency, seeing no-name guilds that aren't so important here and there. Some of them were named guilds, but no one AW would ever lose to. I mean, never Starfall. So there's no worry about, I think, cheating at the lower levels, not as much. I guess there might have been some, because Kage technically did cheat, right? Like, he cheated. He admitted to cheating. Like having one guild gather data on another, his sub guild obviously gathering data on other guilds, so that way they could, you know, face off against them and win. So obviously it's been done before, but for them not to close that kind of loophole, because again, it's AW is all about the challenge, so AW never cheated, but just the fact that the perception is there ruins the experience, right? Because AW could think the same thing about Starfall in theory, right? That, oh, they could have cheated too, right?
Yeah, I mean, I also think that overall, it didn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I honestly believe that a guild could have had all of our information, and unless that guild was Starfall, it probably wouldn't have mattered.
Yeah, I agree.
Like, no guild other than Starfall and Arena Watch cared enough to average a 158.5 or whatever it was that we typically needed to beat Starfall. Like,
in fact, I think that BDS, that the first time that they did face us, or was that the only time, they probably did have the info, even though they said they didn't use it, and they lost anyway, because that was the highest they ever scored.
We didn't. I don't think the first time we faced them was Christmas, and they did not try particularly hard. They went for like 5 matches or something, and then they lost a match.
Yeah, but they had like 160s, 160, 160, 160 up to a certain point, and then they lost a match, and then it was like,
yeah, but it wasn't very far. Like I said, it was like 5 160s. That's not very.
It was against like really some of our best defenses. Like, how'd you 160 that? That was the shock, you know.
I don't remember them facing, because I remember, I don't even, who'd they lose to? Trop?
Yeah.
Was that who they lost to, and then they just gave up at that point?
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't. If they're facing Trop, they weren't facing our toughest defenses. So, like, I know we had one season where we faced RIT, and BDS was coaching them against us at the start. But then again, they they lost a match. I don't even think they lost a coach match. I think they had someone just go in and YOLO and lose a match, and then they're like, okay, we'll just relax. No need to coach at this point.
Yeah, but that was
yeah,
like
I
the
just
first time
I don't
accusations
think
have got thrown around.
yeah even if there was, and I think we've discussed it before, but like the amount of effort that you need to go for gathering information for it to make a difference. Like you need to have all your agility values, you need to have location, you need to be taking lots of screenshots. It's like most guilds don't put that amount of effort in for their own matches. There's no way they're going to do that just to help out another guild that they don't have anything to gain from. It's not like Starfall was this huge server villain everyone was conspiring to take down. Like, so it's like even, and yeah, like the only, I'd say anyone except us could have received all the information on Starfall, and it wouldn't help them.
Mm-hmm.
They, 95% of the guilds don't have the boxes to fight them, and the other 4% that aren't us don't have the desire to fight them.
Mm-hmm.
It's you, even if you have all the info, the ability to go in there and 160 almost 90+% of your matches and only lose a few points on the ones you don't 160. That's tough, whether you have the info or not. And so, like the mentality that we cultivated in Arena Watch, that's really what you needed to be at that top level. That's what we always hoped would happen with, and maybe it is in effect in JP with a much larger population. But in global, it's just you need to have people who enjoy losing. You need to have people who see losing as a challenge to improve. And because, no matter what, like once all the guilds were established, it's not like any new guild is going to pop up and be able to compete with us. You have to get there over time, learning and developing your boxes and gathering the group of people who have that desire to win and the goal, common goal of improvement. So that's not something that lends itself to a group that would be, we're just gonna take, somehow, get the information and take a shortcut. The people that want that shortcut would never be good enough to use it.
Yeah.
It's almost it's never gonna happen, because
it's like a catch-22.
We were the type. Yeah, it's a catch-22. Yeah, if we were the type to want that, we'd never be in the position to use it. And because we're in the position where we've worked and so hard to get where we are, we never want that information.
Yeah.
That's quite well put.
Yeah.
So,
what about but ghost guilds, guys? The ghost guilds. Ghost guilds. What about the ghost guilds?
I don't even know. Those were pretty funny though. The people that had like the 20 guild members all with the same units, all like basically bots except they weren't, but they all had the same defenses set and they all had variants of the same name.
And wouldn't even attack.
And wouldn't attack.
Because you would think that them attacking would help find stronger guilds for the rest of the 6 matchups, right? Like, Trop pointed that out. I'm like, because I thought it was weird that they didn't attack. It's like, don't they want to attack? And someone's like, well, why would they want to attack this guild? That's not Starfall or AW. And then Trop's like, well, they would have to beat that guild in order to face Starfall or AW in the other matches. And it's like, so it's like, how many guilds like that would you have to set up? And with the amount of time that you spend on that, or money, because some of those, were they strong units? like
I don't think
a lot
any of them were
awakenings?
strong. No, I think they were all very weak.
Still, the
But
amount of time you spent on it, you could earn money by working overtime, and then make your main, like AW could have just, if we were running that, or if Starfall's running that, they could just spend more time on their actual accounts, which would actually make a difference. Whereas
yeah,
that wouldn't.
don't.
Like, that was the hard time.
I mean,
Remember?
I'd be curious to know what the goal was, because like they're not attacking, so they're not getting the daily gems from attacking. They're never winning a match, so they're only getting bronze 5 or whatever, bronze 4 or whatever it is. And it's like, what, like, I guess they get the 30 gems from registering, and then they get like the 100 gems or whatever from bronze 4.
Hmm.
I don't know. Like, I assume they're bot accounts. Like,
Smurf
they're
accounts or
running them
something
on
from
running
JP
them on an
players.
emulator or something. But
I have
it's
no
weird.
idea.
Yeah, it makes no sense, and like it was so stupid to try and blame that on us. Well, because these most of these people, these accusers, they don't have that much logic, anyways. But it's like
What if
even if we were to somehow set up a ghost guild and go through all that effort, it's like I told Pac, why would we not win the first 2 matches so we have another 2 chances to spy? And then why would we not win those so we have another 3 chances to spy? Like it all doesn't make sense to go through all that effort to lose the matches. So
But the
it's
effort
weird,
itself
anyways.
also doesn't make sense, right? Like I ran,
Yeah.
and this is legitimate information, right? Like no one would consider this cheating. You go to regular arena, the regular standard original arena mode. You check what team that they won with for that matchup. You see what weapons are on that team, and you know their roles. You see what units they have, how many awakenings they have. So even if their boxes are hidden, you see some of their most used units. You collect that data over time. You have this immense amount of data on, like, if they have buff on this unit, they have this learned ability on that unit, how many awakenings they have, awakening plus, did they put it into attack agility, how did they roll this weapon. Technically, you could work out a lot of data. It's just not worth the time. If you had an AI that could pick out all of that for you and run a bot that does it all for you, it would have been worth it. But I did that. I tried to ask Mitch to help me do that, and I'm like, let's divvy up the labor. Nobody wanted to do it. Kind of like how I set up the DQT Guides hub, and I set up all the infrastructure. All the infrastructure was there. The hardest part was done, right? Like all the organization, everything. And I did the same for this server that I'd built up, and I just couldn't find the time to fill out the information. Nobody else could find the time to fill out the information. And to me, it sounds like attacking with a whole ghost guild went, because I could imagine if AW had to run a ghost guild, I'm betting not a single one of you guys would pitch in. Like if it was my idea, then I'd do all 20. I'd do all 20 accounts. That would be insane. Like, just from what I know, that nobody would pitch in for this other server that was building up that had like all this legitimate information.
Celery abusing his powers.
Yeah, there would be no way I could run all those accounts. Just the sheer amount of time. I would just work more DoorDash hours or Amazon or whatever, and then I would just make my account stronger. That would have been better than spending any time doing any of those things. I just figured that the time wasn't worth it. And that's why I kind of liked Trop's ethic, philosophy of how he plays gotchas and a lot more efficiently. So just different mindset.
I swap between accounts a lot.
But you also have a different work situation, right?
Yeah.
But
I mean, it doesn't.
Kids too, so that's different.
I'm not. I don't have any sort of hourly thing where I could be spending time getting paid more instead of that. But I swap between accounts a lot, and it is absolutely not worth the time. Like, even playing 2 accounts is a huge drain on your time. Logging out of one, logging back into the other, logging in, seeing all of the opening notifications. Like, it's a good like 5 minutes anytime you swap accounts. And so if you were playing an entire guild on yourself, that's like just swapping, disregarding any amount of gameplay. If you logged into every single account, that's like 2 hours of just logging in and logging out to go across 20 accounts.
Yeah.
I assume that, or I hope for their sake, they were running it on an emulator and they're able to run, 20 instances of the emulator and do it that way. But if you're talking about actually playing on a phone, absolutely not. Like even 2 accounts gets rough very, very quickly.
Mm-hmm.
But
But I think I wanted to ask you guys in the audience like a really important question, because we with all of the things we've been discussing now recently, it kind of adds up perfectly into it. Um, Basically all the stuff we've been talking like up till now on the podcast, like chronological and stuff like that. But I really want everyone, Pack, Celery, people in the chat to get into like, was this their first gotcha or close to it? Like, what does it mean to them? What did they learn from it? Would they recommend gotcha to others, or like, is it to what extent is it possible to really succeed in a gotcha, and what sacrifice do you have to make? I don't know if like people see this down the road, and it can also be like the gotcha awareness. What do you need to know if this is going to be like if you're entering your first gotcha in general?
I'm assuming that for you guys, JP, DQT is going to be your last and only gotcha here. For most of you guys, right? Like even Vosh isn't playing 2 accounts, and that's his thing. Like that didn't start with DQT. Sure, he wasn't running Samus from day 1, but that was a strategy that he'd done in other games prior, where he was kind of like boosting up his guild by having 2 accounts in the same guild. Something like that. And then he kind of just got that habit of doing that for other games, and then he did it for DQT. And I couldn't convince him to not play Samus because he was already, he was maintaining that account, and he just, sunk cost or something. I don't know what it was. But I think going into JP, that's going to be your guys' last gotcha. I know Vosh, again, he is not playing 2 accounts. It'd be hard to, because it's like you already have to translate everything. It's almost like playing 2 accounts, right? Just the fact that you have to put everything through Google Lens, time-wise. So I just see it ending there for you guys, and I hope that my viewers know not to play gotcha games moving forward if you could help it. You're welcome to join, AW or AW's sub-guild, AW Knee. I hate the name. You guys sound like a bunch of, I don't know, like what gringos sound to Mexicans compared to, but for Japanese people, like what Americans sound like to Japanese people, not knowing the language. English for us when we're hearing Japanese trying to speak English. But no, I do hope that, most of us move away from any other gotchas. I mean, if you want, stick with DQT, JP. It's something it's there's going to be drama. It's like pretty much guaranteed that it's, drama free, because it's people that are serious about and love Dragon Quest. So you could do it. I'm never going to advocate for it. Just that, hey, there's these avenues. You have AW, you have this and that, so you have your options. But I would advocate that you stop after DQT JP, that there's no... And I know, Celery's situation is different. Whatever game he plays after, let's say JP disappears, if it ever does, maybe, who knows how long that would take. It would have to be another mobile game, given his situation. So... That's a lot of gotchas, and I don't know if mobile's going to move away from gotcha yet.
Yeah, I mean, that's... I started DQT, and I was 100% free to play, did not buy the $1, like the 99-cent intro pack. did not buy any passport for 10 months, up from January. I think I technically started in February because I started very slightly after, like month one, but not day one.
Mhm.
And but then I didn't spend a single cent until I got my first rank 1 arena in November, and I started doing passport, and then I did occasional paid stuff later on. I think my first paid pull was Erdrick. So, and like even to the very end of the game, like I stayed. I calculated when there we go. When Kage was going around and doing the, let's audit your spending, I calculated all of my spending from start to finish, and I came out to an average of like $15 a month, which, of course, was weighted towards the end because I started with 10 months of zero spending, or 9 months of zero spending. So even weighted though, like, I averaged it out over the whole lifespan, and I determined that's about the same I spent when I used to play WoW. It's effectively a subscription, and I was satisfied with that because, like you said, I only play mobile games right now, and in addition to that, I only play one game at a time. Like, I know Trop loves playing like the Elden Ring and the Assassin's Creed and Armored Core, and he's played a good number of games over the years, and I have just played DQT. I haven't played any other games the whole time we've been going. So it's like I don't have any real regret of spending money because that's my entertainment. This is my hobby. I can spend a little bit of money and be satisfied. And that would be my recommendation to anyone for gachas is stick to your budget. If you're if you're the type with a budget of $15 a month, one paid pull a month, one paid pack a month, whatever it is, figure out what you're comfortable with and stick to it. Don't go chasing, I didn't hit on the paid pull, so I'll do another paid pull, or stick to your budget. That's I think if you do that, it's fine. Like you said, we don't have a lot of options if you want to play on mobile, and you're probably going to play a gacha if you want to play with other people on mobile. So that's really something to keep in mind. Like, everyone hates on gacha, but don't have a lot of options if you want to play on your phone.
Yeah,
I guess there's also base builders like Boom Beach and Clash of Clans. I don't know that that's much better.
You check in when people attack you and attack others. Is that what it is, or?
Yeah, like Boom Beach seems honestly pretty strategic, the amount of stuff you can do, but the only thing is with those games, it takes you if you want to actually push to the top, it does take usually over a year or 2 years to get to max base level, so you can compete. But yeah, no, I think feedback. I think Celery put it pretty well. Answered a lot of the questions, and basically he leaned towards if anyone's starting a gacha, he recommends a low budget, like a subscription, so then you can have fun, and you can also get the quality of life improvements too, just like the minimum ones that you get the most bang for your buck. I think that's I think that's pretty good advice.
Maybe that's what it's going to be in the future. Maybe they up the subscription price, have it do a lot more for you, and maybe they make the high spending all like aesthetic stuff like they do for, I don't know, League of Legends or something, or one of those other games, Fortnite
Apex.
and Apex, all aesthetic stuff. Because let's be honest, I mean, you're gambling for units a lot of the time, so it's kind of nuts. And I think paying a small subscription's not bad. If I had to calculate my spending, it's somewhere around $800. And with the amount of months that I've spent being a little over 2 years, right? It's 2 years and like 5 months now, because I came back, I think. Something like that. It's under 3, because I had a 7-month break, and now it's gonna be, we're on the 3-year mark, right? Past the 3-year mark. So yeah, it's 2 years, 5 months, something like that. So almost 30 months, not quite. So probably like $26 a month or so. I'd have to see let me see. 29 months, right? So 800 divided by 29. Oh, it's $27 a month, 27.5. Yeah, it is pretty high for a subscription. But I mean, if they did do like a $15 a month or $20 a month, it wouldn't have been bad, and more players probably would have been inclined to do it and pay for it. It would have been a lot more sustainable, I think. And it's fair, right? Like, because the thing that always haunted me in the back of my head is I knew that with this game, or with a game like RuneScape, that if I wanted to, I could spend real money and buy bonds in RuneScape and then sell it for gold in the game. So I could literally beat the game just by paying to win for everything, right? And I would still use up less of my time doing that than I would grinding things out in the game, because I'd grind things out in the real world and get my money and do it, right? But I don't want to pay to not play a game. And I don't want to play a game where my competition has the option to do that, right? Because it's like, I want to beat you fair and square, right? Like, I want to be on an even playing field. And knowing that you could just pay to win, and I'm not doing it, right? Then I'm just not using my time efficiently, as weird as that sounds. So for me, the spending $800 wasn't as bad as the amount of time I put into the gacha. And the time would have been valuable if it's unique, right? If it's not replaceable, right? You could replace some of the time that you spend in gacha with money, which is time that you spent out in the real world. But if there was no option to do that, right? That you couldn't spend more and more and more until you maxed out all your units, that you had to grind things out, then the time would mean something. Because when you played against the other player, you would know, oh, he spent this much time on his account. That's why it is where it is. That's why my account's there where it is. And that's why it has that subjective value to it, because there is no, there's no other option to get your account that far. You only have that one option, and that's what gives it intrinsic value. That's the word I was looking for. But you take away the intrinsic value when you could just pay for the damn thing, So, I don't know. I wish some games just, maybe I should have played a game that had an ending, and that's what some of my viewers probably should know about playing games before they play it, because I personally don't want to hop into another gacha. Again, for me, subbing in, even because I know it's not my account, means that I don't have that lingering attachment, and I won't be stuck on that account, right? I have to hand it back, and I wouldn't have the sentimental value for that account anyway to want to stick around for extra, and like beg this person, can I keep playing? Can I believe? No, if they wanted it back, I'd hand it right back, because I'd have no sentimental value. But like, for me, there's no difference between this or any of the other gotchas like Warhammer, which is the route that Kage's community went down, right? I think him and how many of AW went there? It was Metazoa's playing, I think, and I think Exist is playing. But you know, I honestly can't see myself having my own account in any gotcha game ever again. And just the sheer amount of time, I think, is crazy. Because if I count over 3 years, if in 4 months I wasted used 10 days of my life, and now we're at like, okay, 29 days divided by 4 months, maybe 7 times that amount, so 70 or so days, a little higher than 70 days, but let's say 70 days times 24 hours, and then we're going to multiply that amount by, I don't know, an hourly. Let's say somebody only makes $30 an hour. That's like 50K. 50K, but let's say if I made closer to 40. Yeah, 67K. So it's like your time has value too. So it's like that 800 is nothing compared to, you know, how much I could have earned with my time. And sure, some of it is like time that I'd be kind of burnt out if I was constantly working, but I don't know. You could set value that way as well, and you know, for Celery and for many others, it's just entertainment, and you gotta have some entertainment, right? Otherwise, you're gonna go crazy, maybe. But the thing that I got the most value out of this was the community, right? So, for me, the drama kind of killed a lot of that, but like, for me, you know, being with AW, playing strategy, the strategy working out, even trolling with AW was fun while we were doing it together. Not while I was doing it solo. The lasting bonds that I've had outside of the gotcha, like you might notice I got my hair cut and beard shaved. It's for a job interview. It's literally Celery is helping. I mean, he referred me, so it's all on me now. But probably it's one more interview, I think, and then I'm set.
Yep. Yeah, that's
One more.
you know, we were talking shortly before we went live. Like, if this gets you the job, that referral makes me more money than I spent on DQT. So
Not including the
like,
time, but yes.
not including the time. But so that's pretty cool, and you know, for you, it gets you, you know, an excellent job. You know, I wouldn't be recommending it to you if I didn't think it was a great opportunity. So, you know, like you said, the community aspect is really something to consider. You know, making those connections, networking, however you want to think of it. It all plays into it.
And it's like, what do you guys find entertaining? You know, like DQT's strategy, like a lot of the other gotchas might, like, the whole reason why Chase liked Dokkan so much was because it was easy. So it wasn't really a game. You know, you're just collecting characters. So that obviously wouldn't have the same community that we built up here. So it's like, understand, if you do go into a gotcha against my council, right, or any game, like you could go into any game and in a community, think about what kind of game it is. Is it a strategy game? Do you have people with like-minded, or even if it isn't strategy, maybe you do like the other stuff too. You like the aesthetic aspect. You like all that other stuff. Is that going to create a network of people that you are going to enjoy talking to, discussing with, building a future potentially with, if you're working at the same company or something? It's weird to say, but a lot of the efficiency and strategic critical thinking that we used playing this game could be an indicator of potentially doing well at some other job opportunity that would also involve critical thinking and reasoning, right? So, in that kind of sense, like getting people, like-minded people kind of drawn to each other and then recommending jobs to each other kind of makes sense. Because you know kind of what I'm capable of as far as thought thinking goes and reasoning goes, and I've argued with a lot of people in this community, so probably forming reason and logic into a statement or arguments and stuff like that. Not that I'm going to be arguing with customers. Hopefully not. But yeah, some of it.
You're building on your improv yes-anding for customers. So.
There's a little bit of that for the interview.
Yeah.
A little bit of that for the interview. In my head, it was going through my head. It's like they're like, what was it? They're like, they didn't ask about Ohm's law. I was shocked, but they did ask about if you're using, you said you tinker, right? And I was like, yeah, I tinker. And like, so those appliances that you're dealing with, the headphone amplifiers, this and that you were talking about, what kind of current are they supplied by? And I said, well, everything I've worked and tinkered with has been DC. See, because it's like I'm kind of like self-taught with what I do, so I don't know that it should be DC. I just know that they have been DC, right? Which I didn't say that level. I just said everything I've worked with has been DC. So it's like, and they're like, is that? They're like, I'm like, is that okay? Is that all right? And I don't know if that's the right answer. And like, no, that's exactly right. Like, okay, I don't know. Like, I'm totally, because it's like the only other thing I had running through my head is like AC DC converters. I never hear DC AC converter. So in my head, it's like, okay, the power coming from your home has to be AC because it's getting converted to DC, So I don't know. I don't know these things, but I'm just like, if you give me a multiple choice test and you have just the question and then the responses, that already has so much information in it that I usually just get it right anyways. It's basically like cheating for me if you give me a multiple choice test. And the way that they had the interview kind of might have been a bit like that. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean that's you're not wrong.
I wasn't wrong, but I wasn't certain either.
Yeah, like in your overall observation of like multiple choice logic getting you far, like the job doesn't require you, and really life in general, you don't have to have all the answers, but you have to know where to find the answers. You have to know to ask questions. Like if you charge forward and try and do everything on your own, you're going to make a lot more mistakes and get a lot more people upset than if you stop and admit, like, okay, I don't know what to do here. Can someone help me out? Like, that most of the time, no one's going to be upset at you asking for help, but they will be upset at you breaking stuff because you didn't. So that's a good life lesson there. And that's what our company really boils down to is the best way to get fired is to not want to do your job. Like if you're trying, you'll succeed.
Yeah. And I think that life philosophy is absolutely true. It's something I've been thinking about outside of DQT probably for a half decade or so. Is as a kid, maybe a decade. As a kid, you thought your parents knew everything. You thought, oh, these adults, they just know everything, and they say you'll understand when you're older, and you kind of take that as gospel, right? And you just like, oh, they have it all figured out. Reality is no adult has anything figured out. They just move forward anyway. They know enough, but nothing is certain in life. Just that I guess you die, right? That's certain. And that nothing is certain. Like that's certain. So it's like you just have to live. You have to live while not knowing. That's okay. you can't ever fully know anything or be certain of anything, and you just have to keep moving. That's the cards we're dealt with in life. You know, it's kind of like that, you know, rolling a gotcha. It kind of feels a lot like that. Just play with the you know, the things you're dealt. That was kind of the philosophy we had with certain units. Like if you got awakenings, you could chase it to 3 awake because you're already at the 2 awake. You can, but you know, you didn't get lucky on this unit, so you stop sooner, so that way you could save for a different one or something. I also wanted to one time make a. I still haven't made the meme, but I wanted to make a meme where it was like DQT arena players, and they're looking at some sort of like a release form about like some sort of like I think roller coaster rides are safe, but like let's say like a safari or something. It's like, oh, there's a 1% chance you can die going to this thing, and you hear about this statistic, and then it's like ordinary people reading that, DQT arena people reading that, and their like eyes are bulging because, you know, crit is at a 1%, and it happens so much. So, but you know, nothing is certain, and you just got to play with what you're dealt. I don't know. We've gone into life philosophy now too, I guess. Gone into Trop. Did you ever go into your philosophy, or was the fact that I talked about it for you enough for you not to want to talk about it? Why didn't you coach us, man? Why weren't you there for us?
Well, the way I was seeing with this question that I was asking you guys, I think it's good to the depth that it went, so everyone can hear like everyone's perspective. As I don't know if we kind of want to do this as like the closing statement, closing question, I guess. I think what both of you said is pretty deep. There was not just about the app itself, but the friendships and community that you make in these kind of apps. So there's good and bad. Like the gotchas are not all bad. It's tough to say because it's hard to find a community like this too. But that was good advice. If you do ever play a game and you want to find a good community, make sure you meet someone with similar values and maybe like core values in some way. Like I don't know if bonding over drama is good enough to make someone your lifelong friend. Maybe it is, but
you could consider
better
it like
to...
what's the outlet, right? Like something like, think of a river has an outlet where it comes out, right? And if the good outlet is completely closed off and there's only an opportunity for a bad outlet or jumping off the river, might as well not go down that river, right? Like I remember there's this analogy I use all the time. It's from a real world thing. You guys don't be upset about it, but like I remember one time my we had a BB gun and we're kids, right? And it had a scope, and you know, kids are excited about it. And my brother's looking at this hawk, right? And I'm just like, hey, point it away from the hawk, okay? He's like, I'm just looking at it. I'm like, okay, then take off. You just look at it with the scope. Why do you gotta hold the? And he's like, I'm just looking at it. I'm like, well, your options are to either do nothing, which is nothing, or to shoot it. And to shoot it would be bad. It would just be mean, even if you're not hitting it. You know, you're just injuring it. Like, what's the point, right? And so I'm like, there's no positive option. There's either 0, nothing, or something negative. And you definitely don't want to go down. A lot of people make this mistake. They think, oh, well, nothing bad has to happen, so I'm okay doing this thing or being here. Well, nothing good could happen either. Having something being either nothing or bad as your options is not a good place to be, you know, and people always use that as an excuse. Well, nothing bad has to happen because I could do the nothing option. Yeah, but it's a zero-sum game, right? There's no good option. And you want to make sure you're in places in life that have positive outlets. And I don't think drama enables that. So, you know. And sometimes these games, you know, we made the most of it, right? We made the most of maybe a bad situation. Maybe you could say that too with the gotcha. I could say, I've said this. I don't think I've ever said this directly to Celery, but I think I've said it to somebody else other than Celery. But he's done more for me in this game than anyone else has in this entire community, and I mean that genuinely. And you know, so I'm really grateful. But yeah.
So are you trying to say that Celery's done more than the Kages?
The
I don't know what
Kages
you actually
offered
said
me
about
their
Celery.
home if I visit, right? But that doesn't mean they've done it. And hey, I'd offer the same if they were in SAC. And I did offer, like, if they were coming to see my show, which got canceled. But you can't. Well, you could even say, hey, I could give you $1,000 every month. And I'm like, well, I don't keep your money. I don't want that. Stop. It's like, well, I could give you need this money. I'll pay for your thing. Here you go. And I'll be like, no, thank you. That's weird, right? That's not you doing something for me, right? Because that's you taking the place of something. But, teaching a man to fish is different than giving him a fish, right? And that's the kind of difference here with getting a job and getting me on my own feet, away from, having to be up 2 a.m. trying to tap for an Amazon shift and not getting it, or driving all the way to the station to try to make the pool of people a lot smaller to enable me to get the shift, and still not getting it, and being called a bot on the app. I've just had it up to here, so it's like, I don't know, maybe.
Yeah, this will be like a significant improvement.
Yeah. So work's going to be a lot more stable with this company, and then if I wanted to do, DoorDash on top of it, I could, and it probably wouldn't be as much of a headache, because then I wouldn't have it as the primary thing, But yeah, I think we cut off Celery a few times there, so. So go ahead. Maybe his kids are talking or something's happening, but no, we cut him off a few times. So whenever he hops here.
I just said that, like, right before you were like, I don't think I've ever said this to Celery. Static cut out.
You serious?
Yeah,
Such
I
good
didn't
suspense.
hear what you said.
You didn't hear what I said? Oh my god.
I heard. I think I inferred it from what Trop said. Something about, like, being the most valuable thing you've gained from the game, basically, or something. Paraphrase. But
No, it's embarrassing to say it a second time, but I said that you did more for me in this community than anyone else has. And then he asked, including the Kages? And I said, including the Kages, technically, yes.
Yeah.
Not that they wouldn't do things for me. Like, certainly have offered to help and do stuff, but it's just not the kind of help I'm looking for in some regards. In other regards, the other stuff that they've offered had been completely fine, and I would still say are on the table of things that I would be, good.
Yeah, I heard the teach a man to fish analogy after that. So
Yeah,
that was-
because it's like, I could give you this amount of money to help you with a financial issue, or which I don't want, because I want to, I could take care of myself. I don't want to rely on people, because then you build a dependence. You kind of owe the other person. So, getting me on my feet and away from Amazon is kind of the, I'm Armenian. I can't accept free things from people usually. I'm the one that
And
likes
the
giving.
job
I'm like a giving tree. I give things. I don't take things. So the whole Armenian community. A lot of countries are this way. I've found that Japanese people are this way too. You're either part of a taking culture or a giving culture. So if they're both trying to give, it's give meeting give, right? So it's a stalemate, right? And if you're a taking culture, it's take versus take. It's a stalemate. But if a taking person meets a giving person, two different cultures, then it's only going to go one way, right? So, it's not a bad thing that a lot of states in America are what I describe as a taking culture. It's not indicative to say that Americans are like greedy or something. It's just that it's expected that you're going to fight for that last slice of pizza or something. Whereas, like, an Armenian, if there's that last slice, we're kind of embarrassed to be the one to take it or something. And that might be different in Texas or different in this state or that state. I don't know. So, depends on the area, probably. But it's not even necessarily like, what if I am giving you something, but then you reject it, and then I don't have to give it to you, but then I had the illusion of this generosity, right? So that happens too with the giving culture. So it's not all just giving. It's the fact that they do say no enables you, because if you just offered all these things all the time and people just took them, you'd be broke. But if people, rejected your gifts, then kind of, then it's okay. then you're able to offer it that many times in a sense. So it's not necessarily that giving people and what I'm describing as a giving culture makes us better. It's just that the fact that both ends are that type of thing makes a stalemate versus like the taking also makes it stalemate, if that makes sense. And I'm definitely part of the Armenian kind of mentality. So I can't take handouts. I just can't. I don't know. It's not even like a pride thing. It just doesn't feel right. But getting work, and then also which helps you out too, makes me feel good because it's like they give you the bonus, I get employment at somewhere that's more stable. Because it's like I make plenty of money fine doing what I do, but just the amount of stress and everything included with it hasn't been worth it lately. Is what I would say. The lack of sleep and other things, but really looking forward to this. So fingers crossed. I guess. We'll see. Maybe we'll get Trop in on it too. And if I'm ever, apparently the training location for all of North America, it's not just the U.S. is Denver. So if you ever have to make it out to Denver at the same time I do, we get to meet up at Denver. And I think out of every American city that I've been to, which isn't a lot, it's mostly Californian cities. I think Denver's probably the nicest city I've been to. And I've been asked by my sister, why do you like Denver so much? You keep saying Denver, 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 Denver. And I said, because it's just nice. She's like, what do you mean? Just tell me what's good about it. I'm like, no, it's just nice. And I watched, I clicked onto the first YouTube video that I've seen to try to see what someone else had to say about it to show her. And we're watching this video together. And you know what the first thing this guy says in this YouTube video? He's like, man, Denver, I don't know how else to say it. It's just nice. And I'm like, see? He gets it. So, I don't know. If you're, Denver might be a thing. You never know. If there's a Calgary job, but it does seem like it's, for Canada, it was more East Coast than it was West Coast, unfortunately. And you're closer to the West Coast. You're not directly on it, but you're basically there, right, Trop? Mountain time.
I mean, somewhat closer, more mid, but a little closer to west.
Yeah. I mean, what's the biggest city next to Calgary?
Like Edmonton?
Edmonton. Is that bigger or smaller?
Or that's to the north, I believe. Wait. I might need a map. That's to like the. Anyways, it doesn't matter.
Doesn't?
It's pretty close.
It's pretty close, but would you say you think the city's a more populous or less populous? If you had to guess.
It's about the same, honestly.
Yeah. Okay, so it's to the north. Would you take a job in Vancouver? That's not too far from where you are.
Vancouver. I would be like if I had to actually relocate anywhere in Canada, Vancouver would probably be the one place I'd do it for, because it's just super nice over there. So that's the only place I guess that would be worth the hassle.
Edmonton wouldn't be worth it.
I don't know. It's not too bad. It's only 3 hours away, but I don't know. I still have a lot of friends here and stuff.
Mm-hmm. You'd be closer with Edmonton than you would be with Vancouver, but I guess you could fly out if you wanted to visit.
Yeah, but the thing is the vibe of the city too. With Edmonton, there's nothing to really see. The Vancouver life is pretty what do you call it? It's pretty lively and it's pretty scenic. I think that's what would make me be okay with Vancouver, even though I'd be very far away from where I am now.
Okay.
But yeah, this one. But I don't know. Do they have positions in Vancouver? I was gonna say like
I haven't
this has
seen
really
any recently,
transitioned away
but
from
there
being-
might have been, right? Has there? I don't think Celery's been checking it on the daily, but
No. Yeah, I know. We had some in Ontario.
there's always some in Ontario.
I don't know if we've had any in Vancouver.
You said mostly if you're doing it in Canada, they mostly have like Ontario locations, which makes sense.
Yeah, I've seen it pop up
Um,
and disappears so many times for Ontario. But okay, so it
Yeah,
does
it's
seem
good.
like Calgary's the bigger city. Between that and Edmonton, you have a
Yeah.
1.3 million population in Calgary, and you have a 981,000 population in Edmonton. That was 2017 though, and the data for Calgary. Oh, that's also 2017. Okay, not bad.
So it's probably increased during the years. I don't know how much, but they're probably somewhat similar now.
Ontario, Toronto, right?
Maybe.
That's the city that usually shows up. Toronto.
Yeah.
Yep, that sounds right.
Montreal. Seems like you guys only have like 10 major cities, huh? No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 major cities in all of Canada. Wow. Not a whole lot. Because I'm not zoomed in, but
But it definitely feels like in Calgary or Vancouver, I'd try. Calgary would probably be the easiest because I wouldn't have to relocate. I wouldn't have to worry about moving a bunch of shit. Vancouver would probably be worth the hassle, just because I don't really mind the rain, and I like being close to the ocean. I feel like that could work, but it doesn't seem like there's a lot of opportunities currently in any of those cities for that. But it's definitely something to keep out for, like especially if you get the job, which I hope you do. You know, you can share your experiences here, and then we'll have even more, going into it about those jobs. Imagine we just end up all working in that same job, just in like different sites.
well, it would be different sites. Yeah. I mean, again, there's a chance that we meet up in Denver, but that's like so rare going to Denver. Apparently, you're mostly going to go there for your training, and then I don't know how often there's going to be a class to attend in Denver. But
I'm going to go back.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to go back for the first time since I joined the company this September.
Right, and
So
when they run these classes, do they happen to do all of them coinciding at the same time, or do they stagger them so like some people show up for this class and then next year a different group shows up for that class?
they're doing two of the classes this year, and they said that if the second one fills up, they'll do a third.
Okay,
But
so everybody
they're
has
doing-
to attend them, or
Everyone in this job position, yeah.
okay, so you would encounter all the other people in that job position then, if okay, yeah, interesting.
A good portion of them, anyway. Like they said, they're expecting to get most, if not everyone, done in 2 classes. But if they have to do a third, they'll do a third.
How long have you been with the company?
2 years and coming up on 6 months. So coming up on 2.5 years.
Yeah, that's not bad. I mean, like again, good statistical chance that you'd meet up with other field service engineers then if we all had the same position once every 2.5 years, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, you'll meet the people in your area, because when you first start, you'll do on the job training with different sites, learning from other people, but they generally keep you in your area. So you'll work with whoever's in your direct area, and then you'll fly out to, places a few hours away, work with them, and then you'll come back and generally have your training completed and just stick with your site. But then if you have a major job, like a motor fails and needs to be replaced, stuff like that, and then people will oftentimes come in from other sites to help you out.
Can't imagine that would be too far away, though, so you wouldn't see someone from Canada pop in.
No, you generally, it's people, again, in your region. So for me, being on the East Coast, it's, people from Maryland, people from New York. That's who might come up and help me out. And then I went down to Philadelphia to help out for a big job, stuff like that. But I mean, you've got all the resources. You use Microsoft Teams. You can call people up like, hey, I saw you had a issue that's similar to what I'm experiencing now. What'd you do? How'd you solve it? Am I seeing anything different than you saw? We kind of draw on each other as resources, even if we're not in the same area.
So I gotta say, that was the first time for the second interview. That was the first time I've ever used Microsoft Teams. And it was telling me I couldn't use a personal account yet. They hadn't made that
verified
available
you or something?
for personal accounts. They hadn't enabled use for, because I do have a Microsoft account, but it's just my own account. Apparently, I guess you need to be with some sort of business or school or something to get an account. I don't know. So I just used whatever code it had and the login, the password or whatever for the call that they
dialing in.
with. Yeah, so I dialed in as a guest. I still did the video and everything. So I did it on my laptop. I had this whole setup and it didn't work. I guess they had to press to let me in the call and they hadn't yet. So I quickly downloaded it on my phone and then just dialed in with my phone. Not as good audio quality or picture quality, but it's okay. But yeah, it was kind of had to be quick. I still was on time. I was still on time, but just barely. Still at it was 12:30 was my interview, and I got just in 12:30 because I was trying to dial in on my computer. I don't know. Is there any way to you know anything about that as far as setting up Microsoft Teams so you're not a guest?
I know for like once you get hired, you'll get all that taken care of at.
So you'd get like a company email, and
orientation.
then that would.
Yep, you get a company email.
Yeah, because I think when I use the Gmail, my Gmail account login, then it's like, oh, this is clearly a personalized. We're not giving you access unless if you call in as a guest or something, and that's kind of annoying. Okay.
Yeah, it'll all be set up during orientation, getting your company email, everything. So, all right.
See, where else does that leave us for the podcast here? I feel like we've skipped something over, but I wouldn't know what it was, and I would like to say, hey, if I remember, we'll put it on the next podcast. But at this rate, I did make the title what I made it, but I'm going to change it and include global. I mean, if you guys want the podcast, you could have the podcast. If you want the name, you could have the name. If you guys go to different games and you somehow take Arena Watch to other games, I would be elated with that too. Is elated? That's the good thing. Okay. I would be happy with that. But yeah, the same kind of philosophy we have here of focusing on strategy, trying to do the ins and outs of the game, and getting the best players to do it. It would have been nice if the DQT community wasn't so small, wasn't people that came from like MMOs or something where they had like clans and like very possessive over players and stuff like that. I found that was kind of really old guard, different mentality than I guess kids from a different era growing up would have had, because I mean, if you're not in like whatever games those were with the clans, then you really don't care about like poaching players or this and that. But bringing that mentality into a gacha where the community is so small, and if you lose a member, you have to recruit from somewhere, doesn't make any sense. But is what it is. I think the 20-man guild thing probably hurt a little bit, right? Like if we had more guilds, it would have given more illusion of competition. It would have made the game a bit more bearable. If they had everything on a cycle, so that they didn't run all the game modes concurrently. You don't have GVG, regular arena, and RTA all in the same month. You up the rewards, make the seasonal mode different each time. Just cycle through the different modes. Up the reward to, because it's like, okay, you have like 5 game modes, let's say, in the game currently with JP, right? Like you have I consider TNT a mode as well. So you have TNT, regular arena, RTA, GVG, some other arena now as well. You have the story, all that. So it's like, well, just do 1 and then up the reward to be the same as the 5, So then it feels like the reward is substantial and you feel rewarded doing it, and you're not burning yourself out and you don't lose your whole community over it, basically. I think a lot of people got burnt out with how many game modes they kept adding. TNT, Trop liked it for whatever reason. I just felt annoyed by it. Like, I'm glad that right now my global account, which it doesn't matter anymore, but my global account is in a place where I could just auto with whatever team they provide me, and I'll get through it. But landing on each tile and getting an enemy that appeared just made my heart sink at each time. I'm just like, I don't want to, I want to have to face these enemies. I just want to, set up a team. And I had set preset teams for like certain CPs, so it'd speed things up. But it's still a big time sink. I just didn't enjoy it very much. And that you add that on top of every other game mode. The fact that regular arena, the rewards are the same that they've always been since day 1, basically. I mean, they've added in new arena units, but the rest of the rewards are the same, and the income is the same, right? The amount of medals you earn doing regular arena is the same as before. It should be 5x what it currently is, and because I worked out mathematically, it should at least be 3x, but the amount of time you spend, it should be 5x. The amount of medals you get, because it's just not worth it otherwise, in my opinion. But if it was, they should update the old modes. They should have everything on a cycle. Something. That's my feedback that I would leave. I know what I say probably doesn't matter much to Global. I don't know if Malcolm would ever see this or give feedback or watch it for himself just because of sentimental reasons or whatever. I was the one guy in Global. I think that he mentioned that they had given dioramas to other people as well, that weren't just like the giveaway from the streams that he did, but just to streamers. But since I was the only one that made a post about it, I don't know who those people are. But yeah, I think Malcolm was a cool guy. I don't think he deserved as much of the hate as he did get. And I do want to stick with some of what Square Enix has to offer in the future. I'm looking forward to what other stuff they put out, just not mobile gacha games. Unless if I'm subbing for somebody. That wraps up a lot of what we got going on. Both of you two are muted. I don't know how did I end these off before? Did you guys want to end things, or any closing remarks, or did I miss something? There has to be something. If I ever stream some other stuff, I might comment about what I missed. But
I think that you guys cover things, I'd say pretty well. The only thing was you guys also talked about your ideas covering, I'd say like covering tact and stuff, like all the background, all of that, and then I was like, now I'm trying to think, what do I have left to cover? I'm like, now maybe I have a chance to see like what brought me to like DQT, because it was my first gacha. So I really have to think like what
was it the free
what
King
lessons
Slime?
I can give.
The free King Slime did it, right?
Oh, of course.
The King Slime. That's
course.
how they got me. I don't even know why I clicked on the damn thing.
No, but like I guess the Dragon Quest brand got me. It just seemed like a good quality game, and the trailers were good. And I had never played a gacha before that. Like I'd always heard they were like, you know, scary, just really bad ripoffs. And you look at all the Raid Shadow Legend ads, and you know that's enough to scare you off of gachas generally. And I think throughout my course of gachas, you know, clearly you saw with my performance and stuff, they aren't as scary as they seem, but I do still think that they are a massive ripoff, and there's definitely tons of people in the community that were spending like we compared to like subscriptions, they were spending like 1,000+ a month, and like that was their subscription, which to us is pretty bizarre. It's like these type of games are scary in the fact that they'll also attract the biggest whales. That's why sometimes people, I think we've had people where this was their first gacha and they became whales. So like nobody's safe. That's the thing with the gachas too. Nobody's like super safe. But I'll just like say that some of the points we saw before, there is close community in these type of games, but in all honesty, if you look hard enough, and if you're looking to make a community, there are probably a lot of games where you can make communities for. This one, I'll admit, did help me a lot. My reputation in year one, especially for PvP, helped me get like a decent amount of Twitch followers, because there was a time when I was streaming like mostly exclusively DQT.
Okay.
And I think that helped me get a lot of followers in the community too. I think it made me want to do like a bit more streaming and try out video making in general, because I saw other people do it. And I'm like, okay, other people in the community are doing it, and then so I'm doing it, and I think that inspired a lot of us. I think that's also partially because we had a small game, so the communities are tighter. Like we had a small game, small community, but a lot of people were like there for each other. Like if they weren't against each other, then they were there for each other. I had a few streams, honestly, I can't remember what I was doing, but a few streams on Twitch where I was averaging like over 20 viewers, which, you know, would be unheard of for someone my size on Twitch. But you know, if this game kept going, it's just like in general, it's a good community that we learned from this game. But I want to say, like, to future people considering gachas, consider the good with the bad. You know, we've given our experiences, you know, chronologically, you've gotten to kind of live crucial parts of our experience with us. There'll be good, there'll be bad. But I do think, and this is kind of weird coming from me, because I had a lot of success in year one, I would say. Still playing gacha, even if you're playing it free to play, even if you're super competitive, you're still kind of a masochist, because even at your best, like it's a lot of fun, and it can improve the critical thinking stuff, but you're always playing at a disadvantage. So that's something you got to realize if that's the type of game you want to play into. like you will still beat a lot of people by using your brain and by using strategy if the game allows it. There are some games that are worse than others. Like Pac said, DQT was one of the best for this kind of stuff, in that it let you use your strategy, and it let you, like, I really appreciated it for that. It lowered the gap a bit between the spenders and the non-spenders, but of course the gap is still there. So if Starfall was willing to work exactly as hard as we were the whole time, I think they'd be nearly unbeatable. Like, for example, if they had the exact same mentality we had, but they were just bigger spenders, I think they would have won a lot more, because they would have gotten a lot more 160s. They would have. So it still depends. Like, if you're getting into this game, just know that you might have the advantage because of your competitive mindset that can overcome some spending. But if all things are equalized, so if a spender wants to be competitive, and I wanted to give kind of an example to, kind of like a spotlight. I wouldn't say it surprised me, because back in the early days, I noticed who the good arena players were. But seeing just how good Atlas was, like, as a whale, because stereotypically, you know, whales, we had thought, even coming into this game, a lot of people thought, you know, whales made up for the lack of skill by spending, and there were a lot of whales like that in the early days. But then you have Atlas, who he was willingly a whale, but he can just as easily coach free-to-play boxes. So to me, that was like extremely impressive. So I kind of wanted to give that shout out. You know, there's definitely, you know, in Tengetsu we had like some really skilled spenders that like could have done free-to-play if they wanted to, but I don't know. I'm just trying to wrap up, see if there's anything I'm missing. Yeah, I'm trying to list the good and the bad. Mine's going to be shorter than Pax or Celery's, because they've already listed most of it, which is good. So I'm kind of just summarizing. Yeah, the community I've talked about, just making sure I don't miss anything. The good and the bad. The competitiveness, you can choose to be as competitive as you want. It's still, no matter what, you're going to get frustrated. I wouldn't recommend playing a gacha if you're attached to too many units of the same brand. If you're a collector, you're going to get hurt. If you do want to play gacha, you have to have a very narrow and fixed focus if you want to go low budget, like only PvE or only PvP. I don't know if that was mentioned, but you do have to kind of narrow your focus if you're a low spender. That seems like common sense, but it's still, you know, it's a mystery to me, because other than, I kind of consider it different from Pac. I know he's saying DQTJP is another gacha, and technically he's right, but it's like a gacha that we have 100% knowledge of. And what most of us in JP are not going to spend like another penny on it. So in a way, it just feels like a transition of the same gacha. It's like, I've only played one gacha, DQT, and even though I'm going to DQT JP, I still only count that as one gacha, because
I
like,
have a question about JP.
we know this gacha inside and out. And like, it's the same game. Like, fundamentally, it's the same game. We're going to the same game, but it's just a game that's continuing.
I have
So-
a question about that though. Is JP? Would you consider the competition is between each other rather than with the JP players? Like, is it just friendly competition among your peers? Because I mean, you guys had the same style of account, right? Like, you guys had the exact same amount of gems, the exact same advantage, at least initially, before getting lucky or unlucky going into it. So you kind of share that same story. You know what I mean, like some sort of empathizing there.
Yeah, well, maybe it's like
is that the thing? Is that the tie, or is that it makes it different? Since none of you guys are ever gonna really spend like you did with Global, so.
Oh yeah, no, especially because it's JP, and especially because we have a different focus coming out here. Like, we've had to lose our attachment to the units, attachment to family collection, like, because that kind of stuff's gonna be impossible. Like, we basically came here for two reasons. Well, one reason that stems off another bigger reason. It's like community, yes, but we're really all in JP for one reason, and that's GVG. Like that's the only reason we're in JP for. We just found the GVG mode really well made, really well done, and we all moved for it. And then we're a community because we're all people that didn't want to stop playing GVG, so we found an opportunity to make somewhat respectable GVG teams in JP, and maybe just seeing how far we can get for fun. But I can't speak for anyone else, but if JP DQT ends, like, I'm done with gachas in general. I know other people have gone other gachas. I still think it's kind of masochistic. Like I don't regret my time in DQT. I've made close friendships, a lot of good memories, but I really don't recommend that the average person play these games. It's like there is a lot of shortcomings that you can make up for with skill or in other ways, but perfect planning. But like in all honesty, just play a game and make a community in games where you're equal playing ground. And if you put the kind of time, and this is something that I was telling Pac that one night, and maybe something he wanted me to say, but it's like it is really respectable that we put all this time into getting as good as we did in GVG, and all the respectable. But if we had put that time into like a popular MOBA or a popular real-time strategy game, we could have like that level of skill plus get paid for it. So I think gotchas are never a genre that, because of their very nature, you're literally all the growth and stuff is for yourself. No one's there. There's never going to be an esport and stuff like that, you know.
It's all for
But
it's all for aiming and square. You mean, not for yourself?
Ye-
I mean,
Yeah, well-
you know, some gotchas are big enough that they give you free gems to spend on, and for their streamers specifically. So,
Yeah.
but that kind of
Well-
makes it like a Ponzi scheme, though. They're still making all the money.
yeah, but just yeah, because I wanna. Well, that was good. Yeah, it kind of gets into my point. Because I wanted to finish my point too. Like it is for the fun aspect and stuff like that, and for the community vibes. Like we respected in the community. In one hand, it's good we put all that effort. Like and a lot of people in this community were gonna just play DQT anyways. It isn't like they were picking between DQT and an RTS. My my thoughts are slightly different because, like Celery has said, I have trouble sticking to just one game. I like trying a bunch of different games, and I know I've told Pac, I don't know how many people I've told this, but there are a decent amount of games in the past that I've been like top 1% for. And some of them I have been able to earn some money with them. So to me, it's like more worthwhile to put all that effort, all that energy into a game that you could potentially also earn money. Instead of like a gacha where you have to overcome higher spenders, if you know what I mean. If you're putting, and that's what Pac was trying to get at, what he was saying earlier. It's like it is respectable that people wanted to put all this effort, and they helped make the magic happen. But for me, I don't know, if I was really into a real-time strategy game that I was playing with my buddies, or like really into a shooter like I was with Titanfall, you know, I was really putting those hours in, learning the games inside out, and then even sometimes playing tournaments where I won a little bit of money. I was never like top of the top level, like 0.01%, but for me, that I've had that comparison, it's like, would I rather put, 10 hours a day in a gacha where no matter how good I get, I'm always at an inherent disadvantage over the big spenders, or a game where everyone's equal, you know what I mean? And that's what I was saying that one night. And so I do still think DQT and everything, the community is really fun, but I think we'll be able to in the future take some of the great minds from our Dragon Quest Arena Watch team and maybe get them onto another game and see how far we can get.
You pointed out that you were talented in all these other games, and that was something, because you like monologuing, so I didn't interrupt. But there was a question that I've had for about like probably the last 10 minutes, is something I've asked before, is you've mentioned that not just for yourself, but pretty much everyone else in AW seems to have some sort of background in some sort of game, you know. Gwen here is done Pokemon tournaments. You've done Titanfall and
Hearthstone, I'd say.
Hearthstone. And I mean, if you have some sort of general intelligence when it comes to these kind of strategy games, you kind of have it for them all, you know. So anything you put your time and effort into, if you have that kind of talent, you're gonna get pretty far. I don't think the average person is going to make money playing games, even if they try their hardest, even if it is a game where opportunity for money is possible. Maybe they're not entertaining. Maybe they're not that level of good, right? Like if you were giving this as advice for the average person, well, that's the average person. Well, I don't think everyone in this community is average. I think at least above average intelligence on average. But still, advice for probably a select few. It wouldn't be unreasonable
Well, I mean,
to say, I think.
well, I mean, if you're an average person, like an average skill at games and everything, then I don't even think the point that I was making, where you go for the competition and try to like compete, applies. And then at that point, you're not even using your competitive edge of strategy over the whales. Then you really shouldn't be playing a game like this, right? Because you have a disadvantage in PvE, you have a disadvantage in PvP, and then you just end up like, even a decent amount of guilds in global were just like average. You're kind of going with the motion. I think most of them were there for the community, but I don't know. You go through so many emotional roller coasters in a gacha, something that I've never experienced in another game. Like, one day I could be pretty upset because I spent 100k gems on one OKM, and then another day I could be really happy because I got friggin' 5 Zenlons and 18k gems. And I don't know. I don't think those emotional roller coasters are very healthy for people because they can break people over time. Like, I have strong will and strong discipline, but even the game, I think, in the overall timeline, it got about 600 USD per me if I were to make the conversion. And I think I was planning to spend less than that. So I think it even did break me a little bit. But I don't know. I definitely wouldn't recommend the average person try gacha. Maybe, if anything, like the more competitive-minded people that want a fun challenge. But I don't know. If you're an average person playing a gacha, you just have a disadvantage in every single way. It's like, why would you not just play a game where you're equal to other people? That's what I don't understand. As someone who plays a lot of different games, and in a majority of them are games that I'm equal to other people, DQT was mostly number 1 for the brand, number 2 for the community that we formed, and number 3 for the challenge. But in most scenarios, people should not be playing gachas. Don't you guys agree?
I would say so.
I'll let you guys.
Because I'm hoping that there's other mobile games in the future that aren't that. But it seems to me, and I made this observation early on into doing YouTube, and I said it on air, is I find that regular games are kind of meeting gacha games, and gacha games are kind of meeting regular games. Not just gacha games, any games with like loot boxes and stuff. Like, because you see there's DLC, there's a whole bunch of stuff in just standalone games, and that part of that has to do with how games are still like $60-$70 on release, and it's like they kind of used to be that price. Some of them used to be $50, but they used to be that price, like 2 decades ago as well. So it's like, sure, the number of gamers has gone up overall because like more kids, today have grown up with technology, so more kids are tech savvy or gamers than they were in prior generations. But it's to kind of supplement the fact that games haven't changed prices. They have to release DLC, and that's kind of what they do. I would be fine with games just on release being more expensive. I wouldn't mind that. But that's not what they're currently doing. And it just seems people are falling for the ploy of something being free when it's really not. It's going to cost you time, or it's going to cost you money, or both, because time is money. Money is time. Money costs you time to get. So I don't know. Hopefully there becomes mobile games that break this trend. If not, then it feels like everything's meeting halfway. The standalone games are becoming like those greedy games, and the greedy games are grabbing elements from the standalone games, and they're just meeting in the middle. And we're just stuck with that mess, and none of these companies want to let that kind of stuff go. I mean, the best mobile game I've played on my phone has been Dead Cells, and that was a desktop game. But you could play it on your phone now. It's like $15. You just hook up a controller to your phone. You really don't want to play it with a UI on the phone. It's terrible. but you hook up your controller via Bluetooth or something to your phone, and that, if you're playing that on the go, you're going to entertain yourself for hours. But that's not a multiplayer game. That's a solo game. And so it's what's the word I'm looking for? Where it's you're running a roguelike. It's a roguelike. So not everyone's a fan of that. I happen to enjoy it. It's fun. Would highly recommend people to check that one out. Takes some skill. Not too much strategy. A little bit of math for the builds, and not much, but very simple. More clicky, and I'm sure Afro would love that because he comes from the Smash community. But what would you say, Celery, for Trop's question? Unless if you forgot, Trop asked the question again.
Yeah, I mean, I think I would love if Square Enix were to make a Dragon Quest tacked game, in the style of Dragon Quest Monsters 3, stuff like that, where instead of it being gacha, it's just a recruiting game, going around different areas, stuff like that. Like, that's fantastic. But if I see, I enjoyed, like I mentioned, I played World of Warcraft. I enjoy the games that have a community aspect to them, and if they do start making mobile games where it's mostly focused on the subscription but still able to give you the entertaining gameplay, entertaining is not quite the right word I'm going for, but keeping you invested as a player, and bringing out new content, and everything DQT did, it felt like a good game overall. Yes, you have the unbalanced aspect of being able to pay for stuff that you don't have in a typical MMO or the standard box games, but it just depends on what's available out there. I don't have I don't know that there's a good answer right now. Maybe if more mobile studios look into a subscription model as opposed to the gacha model, maybe that can become a bigger part of the market. But because like you said, there's some excellent single player games out there available on mobile, but it's not the same thing as a live service. That's, you play a game for a bit, you beat it, you move on to the next one. That's a different experience than an MMO or a gacha where you can be playing the same game for years. That's, again, why I don't personally have too much of an issue with the model of, if I'm able to play and enjoy and compete at the highest level for the price of a subscription, I'm pretty happy. Even though the game doesn't technically have a subscription other than the passport, using a few, doing a paid every once in a while evens out to what I would consider a subscription. I think that's fair. It's just, yes, I'm still going up against and playing with people who are doing much more than a subscription, and that changes things. But I don't know that there's better options out there right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'd love to. If I had the ability to play, like I would probably prefer to be playing, the DQM3 or WoW or Final Fantasy, like one of these other MMOs, and just paying the subscription. But I need something I can play in my hand. Even the Switch or a Steam Deck is not portable enough for my purposes.
Yeah, and I'll just and I think that was a very good point, and a very good summary. I'm just gonna say one more thing, and then I do have to dip. I hope you all enjoyed. I did say this
I'm
was gonna
so
be a
long.
longer stream, and we've literally gone on for 4 hours. But you know what? It's worth it because it's gonna be the last one. We got to end off on a strong send off. But I will say that that's one of the things too. Just a quick point I'll mention. I do think it also depends on, like, obviously it depends on the situation you are in life. Mobile games just work best for some people, and I guess like maybe I'd recommend them for the people in those situations. Like Celery's like super busy with the kids and stuff like that, so mobile games are just what he can play. Whereas me, I don't have kids, anything like that. I can literally play anything, any console. I can play PC game, PlayStation game, and it really depends. I do think it's good, and a lot of people have found joy from Dragon Quest Tact, and especially people like Celery that have been super, super busy with kids and Mad Guru and other people like that. Um, I think the phone games are decided for them too, and Celery gives some really good advice. It's like if you are going to choose to play one of these masochistic gacha games anyway, at least follow Celery's model where you get kind of try to get the best of both worlds, see how much you can do for like a cheap subscription, and try to get your goals met at the cheapest possible thing or in the most efficient possible thing, I would say. So that's good. Like for someone like me, there are, a few things that keep me in this game, like the community, the GVG aspect, and stuff like that. But I am not someone who needs to play phone games, so I do definitely think that EQT is going to be my first and last gotcha. But yeah, if the community is strong enough, you can make some really unforgettable memories. And like, Pac is definitely never going to forget it, if he gets this job and he's going to be like, holy shit. And even the fact that he's met Metazoa and stuff like that, it's a small game, small community, but people are meeting each other and stuff like that. But anyways, that's how I wanted to personally close off. I'm glad I got to do, one last podcast for this game with you guys, and I think it's an epic one. If someone wants to watch 4 hours worth of content, which I know some people will, especially with a name like a Final Arena Watch podcast, people are going to want to catch up.
Yeah.
But thank you also for the guys that have been tuning in live and stuff like that. I do have to go currently, but yeah, thank you guys so much for the opportunity and all the talking points. I think we all got to say like a lot of really important stuff that anyone that's watching this back can really see what a gacha can be like, the good and the bad, kind of live through it within these 4 hours. So, all right, I'll catch you guys later.
All right,
Peace.
see you, Trop. And yeah, I'd probably like to just thank everyone else that I've interacted with in the community over the years. Even if there's been some friction here or there, I still love you guys, and I wish everybody all the best. And maybe I've been too much of a what was the word? I always give too many people the benefit of the doubt and other things, but I think that people mean the best for the most part, and really appreciate everyone. Gonna miss Platt quit a long time ago. Lolly at Mad, interacting with him, interacting with everybody else. Kage's, both of them. Even though we haven't talked in a minute, it's been a while. I'll probably reach out again. Who knows? But I appreciate everything. And I wish everybody the best. And I would say stay away from gotchas, but I've already said that. You could hop to JP. You could hop to the next one if you don't want to listen. But there's stuff there. I feel like they've made their case. JP is probably a different game. You're with other players from Global with a similar mindset, similar account, similar experience. You're not chasing after Starfall anymore. You're not. It's pretty straightforward, and in the shared experience, of trying to grind back up to the top again, because it's like you start with nothing, You know, you just, was it 350,000 gems? I can't remember.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting. Everyone being on an even playing field, starting out, seeing what how people choose to route their accounts, who's patient and who's not so patient, and
Alucia,
that's
the 180k on Alucia, was it? Or was it more?
for Trop.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's yeah. I mean, there's the luck aspect there. But we're all having fun. Getting experiencing the game with very limited accounts right now, and see how it goes, and yeah, we just keep having. I think it's there is a major benefit that it's more difficult to spend on JP. I consider it a benefit that I've always encouraged people to spend as little as possible, and so that's it's what I consider a benefit of mostly just playing the game, not being distracted by the ability to spend to change or make your own luck.
Mm.
So it's yeah, it's been a good final podcast, and tell people I've always tried to say Pack is not malicious. He just gets he does his own thing, and sometimes that goes a bit too far, but he means well.
I like to think everyone else means well as well, and maybe we'll all get back to talking in a few years and laughing about it, and because it felt like so much happened in such short period of time, none of it could be explained, and even I didn't have all the details. I still don't have all the details. Sometimes I found out things after the fact that really upset me. I was just like, but you did this thing, and then I had to work out in my head and kind of go through you know dealing with why that happened, uh, what could have gone differently, and stuff like that, and just finding my place in the community again, or finding my place in the world. Sometimes it felt like kind of confusing navigating where I was, how I got there, and what had happened. It was just all strange. It was all strange because it wasn't all just me, surprisingly. Um, but I was up to my antics because I was trying to go solo. Um, Lost a lot of trust in after some of the leaks and stuff, but I do wish everybody the best, and hopefully we could collab on stuff in the future. I mean, I have all the links to. I didn't have it in my other videos, but since this is saves all the stuff from your last stream, I have all the links to Kage's stuff. I have all the links to Plat stuff. I have all the links to everybody's stuff. Go check them out. I've actually, for as much as we've made fun of Plat for having so many different games that he hops to, me and Kage always joked with him about it. At the same time, it does seem that he's managed to build up a large subscriber base going from game to game and game to game. He's managed to get players from different games to, sure, they don't stick through with some of the new content, but over time he's actually built more than we gave him credit for, and I hope he takes that, and he doesn't have to work his standard 9 to 5 job. Maybe he could make that his career path there. And it looks like Kage got recognized within at least Tacticus or Warhammer 40K. So he's on like their little ad banners on the game, on the app. So they throw out stuff for their community content creators, unlike DQT, because it's Japanese. This is a European, completely different kind of game mindset. But it looks like he's doing something fun there, so go check it out, and hopefully it goes well for both of them and everybody else. I barely see Lolly at stream, but once in a blue moon he'll do a stream. Check that out too. But yeah, wish everybody the best. This has been the Pack with the Arena Watch podcast for the very last time, unless if somebody else takes up the mantle or I guest podcast with something with JP if you guys want to give an update. But this has been the Pack, and if you want to join the Pack with the Pack, go ahead and subscribe down below. I'm not sure what I'll be doing in the future. I'll probably play some other games. Obviously, DQT's up pretty soon, but I'll play emulated games, maybe some 3DS games, stream some of those on air, finish up some of the post game for DQ11, go to DQ12 with everybody. You know, we'll all be streaming it at the same time and make our progress, because DQ11 I could look stuff up. DQ12, if I'm playing as it's out, that's gonna be fun, right? But yeah. So if you want to subscribe, join the Pack with the Pack, go subscribe down below. If you like this video, like this video. If you have something to say, please write it down in the comments down below. It might be the last time. Who knows? I get to see from or hear from you. If you want to see, if you want to, I losing it because I'm adding extra stuff this time around. Join the Pack. Is something. If you want to support the content on this channel, go ahead and share this video. If you want to see more content from this channel, hit that bell icon for notifications, guys. This ain't Twitch. As you know, Twitch forces them on you, but YouTube, you have to opt in. Join Kage's gaming Discord server. There it is. I can't, you know. I actually have I don't know if this link works, if he's changed it, but I have the link in the description. Go ahead and join Kage's gaming Discord server for all the best. Underground gaming related conversations. Join Plat server for the same thing, and join the DQT global DQT JP server for all the best DQT guides. Anyways, guys, this has been the Pack with the last podcast signing out. Peace.
Peace.
Peace. Let me do the outro here. Where's the outro? We got some other images. See, there's the thumbnail outro video. Peace.
I'd appreciate your cooperation.